Customary treatment: take him to school and present before his teacher. When Abhay would try to run away, Damodar would pick him up and carry him in his arms. After being taken a few times by force, Abhay began to go on his own. Abhay proved attentive, well-behaved student, although sometimes he was naughty. Once the teacher pulled his ear. Abhay threw a kerosene lamp to the floor accidentally and started a fire.
Wow. In those days, any common villager, even if illiterate, could recite from Ramayana, Mahabharata, or Bhagavatam. Especially in the villages, everyone would assemble in the evening to hear from these scriptures. It was for this purpose that Abhai's family would sometimes go in the evening to his maternal uncle's house, about 10 miles away, where they would assemble and hear about the Lord's transcendental pastimes. They would return home discussing and remembering them, and then go to bed and dream Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Bhagavatam. After his afternoon rest and bath, Abhay would often go to a neighbor's house and look at the black and white pictures in the Mahabharata. His grandmother asked him daily to read Mahabharata from a vernacular edition. Thus, by looking at pictures and reading with his grandmother, Abhay imbibed Mahabharata. In Abhai's childhood play, his younger sister, Bhava Tarini, was often his assistant. Together, they would go to see the Radha Govinda deities in the Mulak's temple. In their play, whenever they encountered obstacles, they would pray to God to help. "Please, Krishna, help us fly this kite," they would call as they ran along trying to put their kite into flight. Abhai's toys included 2 guns, a wind-up car, a cow that jumped when Abhay squeezed the rubber bulb attached, and a dog with a mechanism that made it dance. The toy dog was from Dr. Bose, the family physician who gave it to him when treating a minor wound on Abhai's side. Abhay sometimes liked to pretend that he was a doctor, and to his friends, he would administer medicine, which was nothing more than dust. Abhay was enamored with the Rath Yatra festivals of Lord Jagannath, held yearly in Kolkata. The biggest Calcutta Rath Yatra was the Mulaks, with 3 separate carts bearing the deities Jagannath, Baladev, and Subhadra. Beginning from Radha Govinda Temple, the carts would proceed down Harrison Road for a short distance and then return. The Mulaks would distribute large quantities of Lord Jagannath's prasad to the public on this day. Abhay wanted to have his own cart and to perform his own Rath Yatra, and naturally he turned to his father for help. Gaur Mohan agreed, but there were difficulties. When he took his son to several carpenter shops, he found that he could not afford to have a cart made. On their way home, Abhay began crying, and an old Bengali woman approached and asked him what the matter was. Gaur Mohan explained that the boy wanted a Rath Yatra cart, but they couldn't afford to have one made. "Oh, I have a cart," the woman said, and she invited Gaur Mohan and Abhay to her place and showed them the cart. It looked old, but it was still operable, and it was just the right size, about 3 feet high. Gaur Mohan purchased it and helped to restore and decorate it. Father and son together constructed 16 supporting columns and placed a canopy on the top, resembling as closely as possible the ones on the big cart at Puri. They also attached the traditional wooden horse and driver to the front of the cart. Abhay insisted that it must look authentic. Gaur Mohan bought paints, and Abhay personally painted the cart, copying the Puri originals. His enthusiasm was great, and he became an insistent organizer of various aspects of the festival. And when he tried making fireworks for the occasion from a book that gave illustrated descriptions of the process, Rajani intervened.
Thank you.
Haribol, Hare Krishna.
Haribol, everybody.
Haribol.
Jai Srila Prabhupada. Such an honor to be able to read our Guru's pastimes. Okay. Abai engaged his playmates in helping him, especially his sister, Baba Tarini, and he became their natural leader. Responding to his entreaties, amused mothers in the neighborhood agreed to cook special preparations so that he could distribute the prasadam at his Rath Yatra festival. Like the festival at Puri, Abai's Rath Yatra ran for 8 consecutive days. His family members gathered, and the neighborhood children joined in a procession.
How many years now? It's so ironic that she's reading this section. Perfect.
It's amazing.
Yes.
It's mystical. Okay, they were pulling the cart. Oh, thank you, honey. Playing drums and kartals and chanting. Wearing a dhoti and no shirt in the heat of summer, Abai led the children in chanting Hare Krishna and in singing the appropriate Bengali bhajan, Kikara Raj Kamalini. When Abai was about 6 years old, he asked his father for a deity of his own to worship. Since infamy, he had watched his father doing puja at home and had been regularly seeing the worship of Radha Govinda and thinking, when will I be able to worship Krishna like this? On Abai's request, his father purchased a pair of little Radha Krishna deities and gave them to him. From then on, whatever Abai ate, he would first offer to Radha and Krishna, and imitating his father and the priests of Radha Govinda, he would offer his deities a ghee lamp and put them to rest at night. Abai and his sister Baba Tarini became dedicated worshippers of the little Radha Krishna deities, spending much of their time dressing, worshipping them, and sometimes singing bhajans. Their brothers and sisters laughed, teasing Abai and Baba Tarini by saying that because they were more interested in the deity than in their education, they would not live long. But Abai replied that he didn't care. Okay. And he didn't care. When Abai was 15, he was afflicted with beriberi, and his mother, who was also stricken, regularly had to rub a powder of calcium chloride on his legs to reduce the swelling. Abai soon recovered, and his mother, who had never stopped any of her duties, also recovered. But only a year later, at the age of 46, his mother suddenly died. Well, her passing away was an abrupt lowering of the curtain, ending the scenes of his tender childhood, his mother's affectionate care, her prayers and mantras for his protection, her feeding and grooming him, her dutifully scolding him. Her passing affected his sisters even more than him. Though it certainly turned him towards the affectionate care of his father, he was already 16, but now he was forced to grow up and prepare to enter on his own into worldly responsibilities. His father gave him solace. He instructed Abai that there is nothing for which to lament. The soul is eternal, and everything happens by the will of Krishna. So he should have faith and depend upon Krishna. Abai listened and understood. In 1916, Abai began college. There were 2 prestigious colleges in Kolkata, Presidency and Scottish Churches. Abai entered Scottish Churches College. It was a Christian school, but well reputed amongst the Bengalis, and many Vaishnava families sent their sons there. The professors, most of whom were priests in the Church of Scotland, were known as sober, moral men, and the students received a good education. It was a proper and respectable institution, and since it was in North Calcutta and not far from Harrison Road, Gaur Mohan could keep Abai at home. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Yeah. Can you take this?
Gaur Mohan had long ago decided that he would not allow Abai to go to London, and in the name of education become exposed to the corruption of the West. He wanted Abai to be a pure devotee of Srimati Radharani and Lord Krishna. Yet, on the other hand, Gaur Mohan didn't want to give up his son to become a brahmachari disciple of a guru. Where was such a qualified guru to be found? His experience of yogis and swamis had not inspired such confidence. He wanted his son to keep all the principles of spiritual life, yet he also knew that Abai would have to marry and earn a livelihood. Under the circumstances, enrolling Abai in Scottish Church's college was the most protection Gaur Mohan knew to give his son. In my first year, I studied English and Sanskrit. In my second year, Sanskrit and philosophy, then philosophy and economics. Another professor was J.C. Shrimgyur. He was professor of English literature. While teaching English literature, he would give parallel passages from the Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Yes, yes, he would say, your Bankim Babu says like this. He had studied Bankim's literatures and he compared Bankim Chandra Chatterjee to Walter Scott. In those days, Dickens and Sir Walter Scott were two very great English literary men. So he taught us those novelists, and the relationship was very nice. Abai became a member of the English Society and would recite Keats, Shelley, and other poets to his classmates. As a member of the Sanskrit Society, he recited the Gita, and some of the fellow students especially noted how eloquently he recited the 11th chapter, describing the universal form of Krishna. He also played soccer and took part in theatrics. Amrit Lal Bose, a famous organizer and director of theater in Bengal, rehearsed Abai and a group of his classmates in a drama from the life of Lord Chaitanya. Since Chaitanya Lila was available in the public theater for half a rupee, Mr. Bose argued, what was the need for an amateur production? And his answer was, they should appreciate your performance of Lord Chaitanya so much that after seeing it, they will agree never to sin. The eminent director was volunteering his service in training these boys, but on one condition, they would not perform publicly unless he said the production was perfect. For more than a year, Abai and the others rehearsed the Chaitanya play until finally their director allowed them to stage a public performance. Abai, playing the part of Advaitacharya, noticed that many people in the audience were crying. At first, he could not understand why, but then he realized that because the players had been well trained and because they were sincere, the audience was moved. That was Abai's first and last dramatic performance. Some of the students, having come to Calcutta from small villages, viewed the big city and the presence of so many Europeans with bewilderment and timidity. But to Abai, Calcutta and the British were not alarming, and he even held a certain fondness for his Scottish teachers. Although he looked up to them with a mixture of awe, distance, and some tension, he admired their moral uprightness and their gentlemanly, courteous behavior with the boys. They seemed to him kind-hearted. College life was demanding. No longer was Abai free to spend hours before the deities of Radha and Govinda early in the morning. That had been a boyhood luxury, and he would daily pass hours in the Mulik's temple before the golden forms of Radha Govinda, watching the pujaris as they worshiped the deities with incense, flowers, lamps, musical kirtan, and opulent prasadam. As a child, he had played within the grassy compound of the temple or watched the men cooking kachoris on the roadside, or bicycled or flown his kite with Baba Tarini. His life had always centered on his home at Harrison Road. His mother's talks, his father's worshiping Krishna, these scenes were now past.
Jai. So before we finish the last 2 pages, I just want to acknowledge Ms. Vyas, who surrendered her reading time. When were you initiated? Where were you initiated?
In New York,
New York, what year?
76.
76. 76, New York, and she's been serving here daily for how many decades is that?
A long time.
All right, and this is Mahamaya. And tell the audience where and when you were initiated.
I was initiated in New York, July of 71.
How about applause, ladies here? Hold it underneath your chin. Wait. Thanks for your patience.
Now he spent his days within the compound of Scottish Churches College. Here there was also a lawn and a garden with birds and even a small banyan tree. But instead of worship, there was study. The atmosphere at Scottish Churches College was academic, and even the casual conversation among the students as they gathered before the notice boards at the main entrance or passed in groups in and out of the main gates was usually about class assignments or collegiate activities. When Abai was not actually sitting side by side with his fellow students, sharing a classroom bench before one of the long desks that stood row after row in the lecture hall, when he was not looking attentively forward during the lecture of one of the professors, usually a reverend dressed in a European suit, speaking a Scottish brogue and pronouncing words like duty as duty, when he was not actually in the classroom hearing their lectures on Western logic or chemistry or psychology, then he was at his homework assignments, sitting at a table amidst the bookshelves in the college library, reading from an open book or writing notes while the electric fans overhead rippled the pages. Or he was at home with his father, sisters, and brothers, but reading his lessons or writing a paper for the reverend in the lecture hall. He had had to abandon worshiping the Krishna deity he had demanded his father give him years before. He had retired his deities to a closed box. Gurmohan was undisturbed that his pet son could no longer attend to all the devotional activities of his childhood. He saw that Abai was remaining pure in all his habits, that he was not adopting Western ideas or challenging his own culture, and that as a student at Scottish Churches College, he would not likely be exposed to immoral behavior. Gurmohan was satisfied to see Abai getting a good education to prepare for a career after graduation. He would be a responsible Vaishnav. He would soon marry and get a job. One night after his first year of college, Abai had an unusual dream. The deity of Krishna his father had given him appeared to Abai complaining, "Why have you put me away in this box? You should take me out and worship me again." Abai felt sorry that he had neglected his deity, and he resumed his worship of Radha and Krishna at home despite his assignments.
Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai.
Thank you very much. Let's hear it for the ladies. Great. We have a little extra time. If there are any questions from the audience for these ladies, what they read or anything about their experience with Prabhupada? Any takers? All right, okay. Hold on.
Since we have a little time, we would just love to hear from anybody, any intimate exchanges you had with Srila Prabhupada that were especially memorable for you, or that might be especially instructive for us.
Jai Shri, you have something to say?
No, Melody just handed me the...
Oh.
Anyone have any specific...
Tell Jai Shri while you're here. Then we'll go to Nagama, but I don't want... Oh, Krota Shamani, you came in a little late. Tell all the audience when and where you were initiated.
Oh, I was initiated in Detroit, and Detroit Temple, Jefferson Boulevard, the first temple there, and it was 1972.
Congratulations. So tomorrow we're going to have an in-depth interview with Mother Malati, Anagamanjari, and Kusha Prabhus. We'll go into depth regarding their stories, intimate stories with Prabhupada. And then we're going to have a video played maybe late in the afternoon that includes Jai Shri's story about Prabhupada's compassion. But since you've been asking, Jai Shri has a very interesting story that she could relate regarding her service in Hawaii when she was asked to make a coat for Srila Prabhupada.
Well, everyone's seen in the old pictures, there's Srila Prabhupada in a black coat in London, right? And I was one of the second devotees to happen to come along to Krishna consciousness in Hawaii. So, well, first female. Prabhupada was the first one. I was the next month. A few months later, it was Chariyadas. Kusha came later, Anyway, it was fun. So Govinda Dasi, who everyone knows, treated Srila Prabhupada like a child, her child. She came to me because I had brought a sewing machine, and she said, Srila Prabhupada is not supposed to wear black, he's supposed to wear saffron. He's not supposed to have buttons, he's a sannyasi, so could you make him a coat? So, this Hawaii, right? She wanted a wool coat. Wool in Hawaii, I was raised in Hawaii. Kusha and I are both from Hawaii. So wool in Hawaii, I never owned anything with wool. So I thought, how am I going to get saffron wool? Yes, right. So I am kind of known for my shopping Shakti. I guess it's kind of started there with Srila Prabhupada. Probably got it from him, actually. So I went to Ala Moana Center, and I went into Sears. And as soon as I walked in the fabric department, right there on the front table was a whole stack of wool. And right in the front was a saffron bolt of fabric. So I thought, wow, very cool. And actually, I had written to Srila Prabhupada and told him that people were giving me things that I really wanted. And he said, yes, you'll see that when you're chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna is providing for you specifically. So when I saw the wool, I wasn't too surprised. So I got some saffron flannel. I got a pattern for a hooded sweatshirt. And she wanted some kind of heavier hood, because Prabhupada's head would always get cold, she said. So there was no, fleece.
So I wandered the store, and I went upstairs in the bedding and in like bathroom department, and there was a toilet bowl cover that was a mustard fleece. And I thought, oh, that's big enough. So I got that. So I went home, and Govinda Dasi, to my good fortune, had Prabhupada's coat from when he was a pharmacist with Day's liniment. She had a picture of Prabhupada with his mustache, Day's liniment. So I would try on Prabhupada's coat and realize that we were about the same size, and in order to make the coat the right size for him. So I made the coat and put a Velcro on it, and she added the peacock feathers. She said, oh, we could put peacock feathers. So I added the peacock feathers to the tassels. And at the same time, when Prabhupada would translate in the morning, he would sit, as we know, at his desk. His desk would be low, and he would sit on a cushion. And she said he would constantly be throwing his chadar over his head and over his legs, and they'd fall off and over. So she said, could you please make him a cape, like a little Red Riding Hood cape? So I got flannel saffron then too, and I made a cape for Srila Prabhupada. I don't know what happened to that, and I've only seen a few pictures of that in the years. But the cape went over his head, and it was really a long cape, so when he sat down, his whole legs would be covered, and she had me put slits so his arms could go through. His shoulders, head, legs would be covered, and just his arms. So I made both of them, and then she sent them off to Srila Prabhupada, who I believe in that time was in London. And he wrote back, and he said, thank you so much for the nice coat and cape. And she said that he wrote, she read it to me, it's so nice and makes me so comfortable, like being on the lap of my mother. So that's the coat story.
Thank you very much.
And Swabhasa actually has the coat in his apartment because they were afraid it would get stolen. So yesterday when I was with Malati, we were buying fabric for the Vyasa-san in New Vrindavan, where I've been for the last 42 years. He said he would bring it out and show it to me. So kind of nice.
Haribo. Thank you. Mahamaya, welcome again. Can you tell us maybe when and how and why you got initiated, how you first met Prabhupada and what your emotion was on that day?
Wow, the first time I saw Srila Prabhupada, I had been doubting so much that the person who wrote Bhagavad Gita as it is could really be on this planet. I don't know how I had this like deep doubt because I had joined the movement in Boston where ISKCON Press was located, and so many senior devotees like Ananga Manjari. She was my Bhakti leader. She was 17 at the time. And I was 24, although they did think I was 13 somehow. I don't know why. Looked young. Anyway, the point is that I just loved Bhagavad Gita. I still, to this day, it's my favorite book. And so I was just wondering, could Srila Prabhupada really appear through that door into the New York temple, the old Brooklyn temple? And my emotion at that moment was, he was an old friend. I just forgot. And so all my doubts were dispelled in that moment. Yeah. But can I add something about getting my name?
Go ahead.
Well, just that for years afterwards, people would say, I heard you cried when you got initiated and got the name Mahamaya. I was like, no, it was the opposite. Everyone laughed because Srila Prabhupada laughed. Yeah, the Prabhupada's servant would tell Prabhupada the name that was written on the sheet of paper. And so I heard the name before everybody else. And then Srila Prabhupada spoke my name in the mic. And there was a shocked silence in the temple. And then Prabhupada started laughing, so then everybody started laughing. It was like that.
Did he tell you what the meaning of the name is?
It was like, seemed like he talked for half an hour, but it was actually 4 sentences. Still, it was everybody else, he was just giving the definition of their names, just a few words, not even a whole sentence. So he said, illusory energy. The illusory energy is a phase of Radharani, just like there are phases of the moon. For one who does not want to serve Krishna, the illusory energy is there. Pretty much, those are the words he said. So, I hope I don't live up to the meaning of my name. But the Devi Dasi part is the important part, servant of Krishna.
Right.
Thank
Was
you.
there any, on a morning walk or any time that you acknowledged or was able to comprehend Prabhupada's quality of compassion? How was Prabhupada compassionate to you?
Wow, just pulling me out of the gutter. I mean, I wasn't looking for Krishna consciousness. You know, literally a friend took me to the temple and left me there. I didn't even know I thought I was going to a party. He tricked me. Sankirtan party. Yeah. So to me, it's like, I don't know why I'm here, because I was just on the vibrational platform and chanting Hare Krishna made me feel good. But I didn't want to be around the devotees because they were so happy. And I wasn't happy till I started associating with the devotees. Anyway, that's Prabhupada's compassion on, you know, I wasn't seeking. I hear people's stories. They were inquiring. They wanted to understand things like that, like intelligent things. No, for me, I just brought to the temple and left there. And then Ananga Manjari fed me burfi. That did it. Yeah, we're either here because of Prasadam or we stayed because of Prasadam. That's the way I see it.
Very nice.
Thank you for letting me share. Hare Krishna.
Can you very good.
Can I pass the mic to someone else?
Can you hand the mic to Krota Shamani? Can you share something about how and why and you joined Prabhupada's movement and what quality of Prabhupada was...
Well, the first temple I was
hold it
going
closer
to
your...
Up to here like this? Okay. So in 1972, I was just graduating from college in Ohio, and I first joined in the Cleveland Temple. So there was a beautiful, like a mansion, white mansion, and it was just, you know, the devotees were living there and doing a lot of kirtan and also doing a lot of preaching outside. So one day we got in a van and we went to New Vrindavan, and that's where I first saw Srila Prabhupada. That was the most amazing experience. I just thought, when I saw him, he was walking outside, and it's just remember from clear as bell that he was hardly walking on the ground. It really was, he was levitating there, just flowing through. It was the most intense experience that I ever had. And then I stayed there for a few days, and Srila Prabhupada, because right afterwards, you know, I had my older son right now, Nitai, he's in his 50s. So my relationship with Prabhupada was the Prabhupada cookies with the children, and how much Srila Prabhupada loved the children. And the different temples I've been in, my sons and the other kids that age, they would keep going back to the Vyasa-san for more cookies, and Prabhupada would just love that. He always wanted to meet with the children in the morning as well. So, you know, my older son remembers those moments, getting cookies and, you know, being with Srila Prabhupada.
So he was compassionate to the children.
Yes, so we should always remember that, you know, forever, how he was very much into making sure the children were happy, learning Krishna consciousness, and in a very loving way. That's how I saw Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you. Excellent. A round of applause. Bhavani, tell us how and why you joined, and any quality of Prabhupada, any story that relates to compassion.
Compassion. Okay. Well, the first time that I saw devotees was in Germany in the middle of winter. And I was in Mannheim walking with my mother and my sister, and there was a Harinam party. And all the devotees were wearing, all the girls were wearing gray saris, and all the men were wearing yellow dhotis and kurtas. And there was snow on the ground, and they were just wearing little rubber flip-flops. And no sweaters, but they just seemed so blissful and so happy. And then, so the first time that I saw Srila Prabhupada's, it was a picture. I walked into a little Govinda's in Seattle, and I was trying to buy a chadar, or a shawl, something warm, and I asked, oh, I forgot his name. I asked, what is that? I want one just like that. And it was a picture of Srila Prabhupada wearing that gray chadar that is so famous. Yeah. And so he said, oh, we don't have any chadars left, but I have something even better than that. And then he said, how much can you spend? And I said, well, I have $10. So he went into the back of the store and brought out the big Macmillan Bhagavad Gita. And I said, are you sure $10 is enough for this? And he said, yes. So I took it home, and I felt like, wow, this book is alive. I really felt it was alive. And I put it by my bed, and I felt like it was a person, the book. Okay, so I saw Prabhupada one time only, and that was in Mayapur. And my Sankirtan party went in 1978, October. 1970. Right, 1977 in April for Gaur Purnim. And Srila Prabhupada was just leaving Mayapur. So he had already said goodbye to all the devotees that were there. And then we had just come in. So my example of compassion is that he agreed to meet with us just for a few minutes. And he came and spoke to the four of us. And then he went, which was really ecstatic. And I've told the story before. Every time he came to me, I burst out crying. So I didn't get a chance to talk to him. But we followed him to his car. And then he sat down in his little ambassador by the big gates of Mayapur. And he got into the back of his ambassador, and he sat with his legs in full lotus. And he had the cane in front of him, and he was like this, so regal and so amazing looking. And we were looking in the window, and his head was much, much bigger than his body. It was like too big for his body. And I had the feeling that I wasn't seeing an ordinary human. I felt like he was an alien or something, he was definitely from a higher realm. And he drove away, so that was my...
Jai. Now you mentioned the Gita, hold on. You told me once before about distributing a Gita to a somewhat famous person in U.S. history.
President Carter?
Yeah. Can you tell that story? Pavani has a Sankirtan story now. Everybody want to hear a Sankirtan story? Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay, we were in Minneapolis. I was actually distributing books at Chicago Airport. And for Thanksgiving, Shivaram Prabhu took all the devotees to Minneapolis to distribute books there. It was the day before... Okay, we were there the day that all the college students came out of school to go home. So it was a huge day of young people just running through the airports. But on that day, Shivaram Prabhu said, President Carter is coming through the airport, and we want to give him a Bhagavad Gita. So he asked me to go and stand where the where people are already ticketed, they have a place to sit, and then there's a little wall, and then everybody's walking up and down the... So somebody took me there, I can't remember who it was, and he said, just stand here. President Carter is going to come here, and he's shaking hands along the wall. So I stood there with the Bhagavad Gita, and he shook hands with the person in front of me, and then it was time for him to come to me. So can I have a volunteer to distribute a book? Okay, okay. She already cooked. Okay, let me have that tablet. And you hold the microphone. Oh, okay. Okay. So President Carter you be President Carter, okay? Okay, so he put his hand out, shake my hand. So I actually shook his hand, and then I turned, this is what we used to do. I turned his hand, and as he was letting go, I put this in his...
Wow, good job.
Yeah, and he did just that. He immediately looked at the book because he was in a big hurry, and he goes, go ahead. He goes like this. He goes, and I said, this was Gandhi's favorite book. Those were the words that I said as soon as I put it in his hand. I said, this was Gandhi's favorite book. So he goes like this, said, thank you, and handed it to his assistant. Yeah. So.
Okay, hold on. We got
Hold on. There's
more.
more.
A conclusion here.
So 2 weeks later, Shiva Ram Prabhu, we were all getting ready to go on Sankirtan, and he said, hey, can I have something to show you up in the office. I don't know if he knew my name or not. I was visiting. He said, I have something to show you up in the office. And he took me up there. There were a bunch of devotees sitting there looking at a newspaper. So I'm not sure now that I think about it, they may have mailed it from India. It might have been Times of India, whatever. And so the headline of the newspaper was, there was a picture of President Carter standing outside the door of his airplane at the top of the stairs going down to the tarmac, and he was holding a yellow Bhagavad Gita in his hand. That's the same yellow Bhagavad Gita, and the headline was, do you know why I love India? Because the Bhagavad Gita is from India, or India has I'm not sure the exact words, so it's like that. The Bhagavad Gita is from India, and that, I was just like amazed. Everybody thought, well, it must be the one he got in Minneapolis.
Haribo.
Amazing story.
Some applause for that. Very good. So it made an impression on everyone that read that newspaper for sure. Now, can you hand the mic to Balai? Balai, just give us a little introduction how you met the devotees. Just a little story.
He said, your name's Roy, right?
Okay. All right. Okay, no problem.
Hare Krishna. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Okay, Jai Srila Prabhupada. We'll hear more from Balai, her memories tomorrow. Right now we're going to play, earlier I had a Zoom call with Rukmini Devi Dasi, who could not make it out here. She lives in Washington, D.C. And if y'all can kind of twist your chairs a little bit towards the monitor, towards the TV. I'm going to read, first of all, her bio. So, Rukmini Devi Dasi first met devotees of Krishna in San Francisco in the summer of 1968, and later that year she received her first initiation from Srila Prabhupada in Montreal. Rukmini then served in Boston and New York temples as an artist, and then as pujari. In 1972, she was sent by Srila Prabhupada to Mayapur, India, with a group of other artists to learn the traditional art of clay doll making. These dolls were made to be used in dioramas to teach the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. In 1974, the group of artists returned to the U.S. to Los Angeles to create the first American theistic exhibition, or FATE, with a multimedia museum showcasing the Bhagavad Gita, which is now housed in the Rukmini Dwarkadish Temple. Everybody know where that is? All right, see if you're awake. Currently, Rukmini resides in Washington, D.C. area, where she and her husband, Anuttama Das, operate their 3 award-winning designer craft galleries called as Kindred Spirits. Their business has supported child protection, the Children of Krishna Foundation, ISKCON Communications, and other social initiatives for 25 years. Rukmini is also the founder of the Urban Devi Collective, which seeks to uplift the voices of women on the path of bhakti in the 21st century. Now, for this one, we'll be full screen, right, Tapas, Prabhu? Before we start the video, can I get a local temple devotee to turn off the lights in the temple room? Does anybody know where those are? Huh? I know, but I want to create a theater atmosphere here. Make it full screen. Hold on. Don't play it yet. Okay, try now. Yeah, play. So we're here with Rukmini Devi Dasi. Thank you very much for joining us on this auspicious day in LA. We're celebrating Prabhupada Festival centered around Prabhupada's daughters with a focus on how Prabhupada exhibited compassion to them. And Rukmini joined, I think, at 16 years old, and very young age where it was an unusual situation for someone to join that young. So maybe you can take me back there. What was your family like? Were you raised in a particular religious family? And how did you come to meet Prabhupada? And what changed your faith, essentially, if you did have a faith growing up?
Well, I'm from a Jewish family, but they were sort of a secular, non-practicing Jewish family. I think a lot of Jewish people, after the Holocaust, they just couldn't understand how a merciful God could allow that to happen. So I was sort of the only one in the family who was interested in religious thought. And so it was kind of New York, kind of a, my father was from New York, so, whatever.
And then what led to your ability or the circumstance where you came across Prabhupada, and what inspired you to continue on searching?
Well, I was actually in San Francisco when I met the devotees. I was 16 and I was in San Francisco. And I think you and all of your viewers know what was going on in San Francisco, 1967, 1968. So it was the summer of 1968 when I met the devotees at the Frederick Street Temple. And it was a beautiful oasis in the midst of, the sort of what was becoming the decadence of the Haight-Ashbury scene. It had been something idealistic, and it was quickly deteriorating. So I met this, it was a wonderful, I always think of that temple as it was a real power chakra. The devotees there, the 6 who went to London, Shamsundar Malati, Yamuna, Gurdas. So I went with those group, that group of 6 plus 1 baby. I went with them to Montreal. They were on their way to London to start the Krishna consciousness in London. And they were going to Montreal, Canada to meet Srila Prabhupada and ask for his blessings. I had not met him before, only through their eyes. And when we came in, I have to say it sounds a bit perhaps sentimental or maybe impersonal or whatever, but there was really a gigantic Jyoti, Brahma Jyoti light around Prabhupada. When I saw him, he was just like, magnificent light all around him in that room.
When you were introduced to him, he found out that you were only 16 years old?
Yeah, so here's what happened. So Yamuna Devi said, we called him Swamiji at that time. So she said, Swamiji, this is Wendy, and she's only 16 years old, and she would like to become your disciple. So our topic today is Srila Prabhupada's compassion. And Srila Prabhupada was so interesting because Srila Prabhupada, I could see he said, but where are her parents? So his compassion, he was really feeling the pain of my parents. Here's this 16-year-old girl out on the loose, away from her, what's going on here? So I felt that he was feeling the pain of my parents. And so then, that was the beginning of meeting Srila Prabhupada. I feel like Prabhupada's compassion is really rooted in the broad compassion of Lord Chaitanya and his predecessor acharyas, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Bhakti Siddhanta. They were revolutionary visionaries, and I feel like Srila Prabhupada was so rooted in that mood. And if I can, could I read just one little paragraph from a letter he wrote to Himavati?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I just think this is so indicative of his compassion. So he wrote, this is a letter from December 1969. Prabhupada wrote to her, my god sister, he said, personally, I am so much engladdened that the pairs of young boys and girls who I have placed in householder life are doing so nicely in the Western world. When Lord Chaitanya delivered Jagai and Madhai, he was also a householder. But when Jagai and Madhai were actually reclaimed, his wife Vishnu Priya was not there. But in this case, and in many other cases also, I find that my disciples combined together, husband and wife, are doing this preaching work so nicely. So I am especially proud how my householder disciples are preaching Lord Chaitanya's mission. Let's see. This is a new thing in the history of the Sankirtan movement. Isn't that interesting that he says that? Then he says, in India, all the acharyas and their descendants later on acted only from the man's side. Their wives were at home because that is the system from old times, that women are not required to go out. But in Bhagavad Gita, we find that women are also equally competent, like the men, in the matter of Krishna consciousness movement. Please therefore carry on these missionary activities and prove it by practical example that there is no bar for anyone in the matter of preaching work for Krishna consciousness.
Nice.
Isn't that beautiful?
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I've never heard that before. That's a great.
It's beautiful. I just really wanted to share that.
But that reminds me of how you once mentioned where you were with Prabhupada in a room and Prabhupada was asking all the devotees to open temples.
Right.
And then, tell me about that.
Yeah, that's a beautiful story. So it took place at 26 2nd Avenue. So Srila Prabhupada had a small apartment up one flight of stairs behind the courtyard. There was a little courtyard behind the storefront, and Prabhupada had an apartment back there. And we would meet there a couple evenings a week when I was in New York. Devotees, small group of disciples would go up to Prabhupada's room. And so on this one evening, he was looking into it. There were not very many people there. I would say maybe 10 or 15 at the most. And he was looking at each one of us in the eye, very studied, very strategically, very personally and intently, looking at each one of us, saying, I want each one of you to open a temple somewhere. And I was so young, and I'm still a bit impetuous, but I was worse then. So I just said, even the girls, Swamiji, And my comment made him just start laughing. He was laughing. And he was saying, yes, there is no difference between the boys and girls. When you are teaching or preaching Krishna consciousness, there is no difference. And I think this is a very important instruction that, maybe our ISKCON society has come away from that understanding in the recent years. But this was his vision from the beginning. And then he started to talk about Janavi, the wife of Lord Nityananda, and how she was leading the whole Sankirtan movement during her day. And so that was a great beacon of inspiration for me. So I was in New York for some time, and they had acquired a new temple. The second New York temple was at 61 2nd Avenue. It's still a storefront, but it was a much nicer storefront, it kind of much more spiffy, and it had been a tuxedo shop. So there were mirrors all around the perimeter, and it was a nicer storefront, one flight of stairs up. And the devotees, the leaders of the temple, were writing to Prabhupada that, oh, Prabhupada, you're going to love the new temple. It's a palace. It's just like a palace, and you're just going to love it. And I was thinking, oh my goodness, what's going to happen when he comes? Is he going to be angry? Is he going to be disappointed? It's a storefront. It's another storefront. Why are they calling it a palace? I was very apprehensive of what's going to happen when he actually comes. So, so he comes, and he comes up the stairs, and he's looking all around, looking at the new space. And then he sat down on his Vyasasan, and he said, I prayed to Krishna to send me one moon. But Krishna, he said, I did not want so many stars, only one moon. But Krishna has sent me so many moon-like boys and girls. Such compassion, such appreciation for our little broken ragtag endeavors. And
I'm sure it inspired you, though, as well.
Yeah, it was very, very beautiful to see his, that's the walk, right? I think we have to awaken compassion. We have to awaken appreciation, gratitude. I think we talk a lot about yajna. The Bhagavad Gita uses the word yajna, sacrifice. But what is yajna? It's gratitude, it's appreciation for everything that's come from our source.
Right.
So I don't know if you're probably well aware of a letter Prabhupada wrote to the devotees in Los Angeles that you are all sent by my Guru Maharaj. Such appreciation, such gratitude that he was saying otherwise, by myself, I came here alone, empty-handed, without any help, without any support. So you've all been sent by my Guru Maharaj to help me. So his appreciation was so palpable. And I think we really need to imbibe that. We really need to reflect that and pay it forward, shine it forward, because that's what that's what will touch people's hearts. And at my initiation, he told the story of Rukmini for the first time. The devotees hadn't heard that story yet. So he was very, very gracious, and he said, so Krishna can accept any, he told the story of the kidnapping of Rukmini, right? And then he said, so Krishna can accept any number of beautiful girls. He said, you are a beautiful girl, and Krishna can accept any number of beautiful girls. So one day Krishna will kidnap you. So that was Prabhupada's compassion, his charm. And then he said something, then he gave a real lifelong instruction that I think is an instruction for me, but I think for all of us. He said, you're a beautiful girl, now become, and this is how, to me, I think of it as him, opening the heart with those kind words and then injecting the medicine. So he said, you're a beautiful girl, now become more beautiful within also. So that's the task, right? For all of us to open our hearts and become more beautiful. When someone was having trouble, Prabhupada would take them to be his own personal servant. As a matter of fact, he told Allen Ginsberg, and Allen Ginsberg was saying he could never follow these principles. And Prabhupada said, well, you come live with me.
That's pretty compassionate.
Just come live with me. I had been sent to Los Angeles to learn deity worship from my dear god sister Shilavati, who just recently left this world. So I was there for almost a year. And then I came back to Boston, and the temple where I was serving as pujari. I came back and I was trying to, maybe not so humbly, but I was trying to institute some of the things I'd learned in Los Angeles. And I was meeting with a lot of obstacles. Devotees were saying to me, well, that's how they do it in Los Angeles. This is how we do it here. And kind of a lot of inertia. And I wasn't getting much traction trying to introduce some of these standards that I'd just been taught. So then I had this dream that the deities were on the altar and the curtains opened and the deities were gone. So that really spooked me as a pujari. So I wrote to Prabhupada and I said, because he had been saying that deity worship is without bhava is only idol worship. So I wrote to him, I took it on myself. I said, Prabhupada, my own negligence, I haven't done a good job. And now because of my negligence, the deities have disappeared. And I don't have any bhava, and how am I supposed to get any bhava? Otherwise, this is idol worship. That was basically the gist of the letter. And so then Prabhupada wrote me this letter back, which if you read it in the letters book and you don't really know the context, it's a little unusual. But Prabhupada wrote this letter back and he just listed all these items of cleanliness, shower regularly, cut your nails, do this, do that, all these different items of cleanliness. And then he said, and then the bhava will come. So it was really interesting, sweet exchange, Prabhupada's compassion. So training us in the different standards of Krishna consciousness was also his compassion.
Very good.
There's a story that in Boston, Prabhupada came to Boston. I was attempting to be a painter, and Bhardraj, my husband, was much better painter than I was. So Prabhupada came there and he looked at my painting, he looked at Bhardraj's painting, and he just said, the husband is better. And it was true. And then it's so fun, such a funny story. So this is Prabhupada's just being so present with his compassionate, being able to cut to the chase, right? That's what I would call it. So then about 2 years later in Mayapur, he came and he had sent us there to learn this doll making, this putal clay doll making. And we had made our first attempts at these dioramas, and Bhardraj made a diorama of Lord Chaitanya fainted in front of Lord Jagannath. I had made a diorama of Radha and Krishna dancing. Prabhupada looked at the two dioramas, and again, he just cuts to the chase, and it's just like picking up like he hadn't missed a beat from 2 years before. He just looked at them, he said, the wife is better. So that was quite funny. So we were in Delhi at one time, and the temple was in a house in this diplomatic enclave called Chanakyapuri. All the diplomats were in that area. So Prabhupada starts speaking from Lord Chaitanya's Sikshastra, quoting from the 4th, 5th, 6th verse. So he started saying, Nayanam Galadash, Nayanam Galada, as though he couldn't remember the verse. And no one was completing the verse. All of the, sannyasis, everyone sitting up at the front, no one was saying anything. But I knew the verse, and I was sitting in the back corner in the back of the room. So really quietly I said, Nayanam Galadashudaraya Vadanam Gadgay. And so Prabhupada points to this little girl at the back. He said, yes, what is that verse? And so then I said the whole verse. And then Prabhupada was looking at these leaders around his desk saying, you see, this little girl, she knows the verse, you don't know. And so he was cutting them down by his compassion. And then he tried it again with another verse from the Sikshastakam. He's going, Yuga itam, Yuga. And nobody's saying anything. So then me at the back of the room, I go, Yugaitam nimishtena chaksusa. Yes! What is that verse? He has me chant the whole verse. So then I fell into the trap and I started to get a little proud. Oh, I know the verse. They didn't know. And so then Prabhupada, his compassion, once again, he had to serve me with his compassion by cutting down my false pride. So then he started talking about the Ugra Karma civilization. And he said, just like they have these gigantic crucibles. And I was sitting at the back and I said, just really quietly. I went, And he turns to me and he goes, so you know what is a crucible? And I actually didn't know what a crucible was at that time. And I said, and I was thinking he was meaning like a cubicle where monks meditate. And I said, well, isn't it one of those little rooms where monks meditate? And Prabhupada did that toss of the head. Does anyone know what is crucible? And so then Brahmananda sitting at the front, he goes, yes, Srila Prabhupada, a crucible is a gigantic molten form in which they melt steel girders for building skyscraper buildings. So Srila Prabhupada looks right at me and he goes, yes, that is crucible. So his kind compassion cutting down on pride. This story is an example of Krishna's compassion allowing us to see something that Prabhupada himself was not exhibiting to us. So I was the pujari at that time. It was a Sunday evening. Prabhupada was coming in to give his lecture after the arti. So as he would do, he came up to the front to offer his obeisances to the deities. And I was hiding behind the left-hand curtain. So I wasn't being seen, but I was sort of from another angle from the rest of the people in the temple, crowded temple room. And so the deities were wearing, Krishna was wearing the typical Vrindavan yellow dhoti, and Radharani was wearing kind of a simple sari sort of a dress. And Prabhupada, when he came lovingly glancing at the deities, and then as he started to bow down, tears just shot out of his eyes across the temple room. Like you see in the pictures of Lord Chaitanya, the tears coming out like a syringe. So the people on the other side of the temple room were being splashed by Prabhupada's tears, and they're looking around. They thought maybe the pujari had thrown the water from the arti. And then Prabhupada just very humbly bowed down. And then I jumped off the altar as Prabhupada was walking. His Vyasa-san was at the back of the other side of the temple room. And I jumped off the altar and I was telling my friend, those are Prabhupada's tears. And we were wiping his tears from the floor, putting them on our heads. And so, when I think of compassion, I think of, Prabhupada was so unassuming. He was never exhibiting any ecstatic symptoms, but sometimes he would be overwhelmed. So I think of that as Krishna's compassion on us, that we had a chance to see on the other side of the mystery for a moment.
This is fantastic. You got the blessings, from Prabhupada's compassion from day one, 16 years old, and I'm not going to tell your age now, but you made a lifetime of devotional service that I'm sure, is an inspiration to all the other Prabhupada's daughters. We thank you for joining us at the LA Prabhupada Festival.
Thank you so much.
2024. So thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Been a
Hare
delight.
Krishna.
Haribol.
So in Boston, 1968, we were in Srila Prabhupada.
Here. So I just wanted to... lights back on. Thank you. Just one sec. We're going to put the lights back on in the temple room. Arti starts in 10 minutes. But I want to... Thank you, Archita. I want to share one story that Madhavananda Prabhu told at a Prabhupada festival or Prabhupada reunion. This was maybe 9-10 years ago, 15 years ago, but a very significant story, very apropos every day, but certainly during this Prabhupada festival. He says in Calcutta in 1972, Srila Prabhupada was on a morning walk with a lot of brahmacharis. Some of the brahmacharis, am I on your way here? Some of the brahmacharis some of the brahmacharis were complaining because women also lived at the Calcutta temple at 3 Albert Road. The brahmachari said, Srila Prabhupada, sometimes the women don't put their saris over their heads, and why can't the women get a place outside separate from the brahmacharis? Their presence is not conducive to our brahmachari life. Something like that. Prabhupada was silent for the entire walk. Sometimes he stopped walking and then started again, but he didn't respond to the brahmacharis. We came up the stairs of 3 Albert Road. Someone opened the door, and there was Jamuna and Palika and Shamasundar's wife, Malati. 3. Yeah. Oh, Jamuna was not there? Oh, okay. Always editing these books. It's incredible. Okay, so there was Vishalini, Malati, Palika. Oh, Koshalya. She sends her regards. She couldn't make it this weekend, but she passes on her regards to everyone here. So the 3 of them, yeah, he mentioned Malati, Koshalya, and Madri. Was Madri there? I'll tell it, and then you can add on to it. I'll tell you what he said. Okay, you can correct him. So all these women who had stayed behind to wash the floor, cook for the deities, bathe the deities, dress the deities, prepare Srila Prabhupada's Vyasasan and the cushions for the guests. The women immediately offered their obeisances and said, Jai Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada turned to all of us men and said, but if you associate with these women, you'll go back to Godhead. Is that close? Close enough?
But in all fairness, the Calcutta temple was really a difficult situation to live in at that time. There was not like separate quarters per se. There was a bathroom that had a door on each side and a great big Victorian bathtub and one toilet, British style, and then a big, huge aluminum container where you're supposed to fill the water up at the time of day the water was on. And being Westerners, we just weren't used to that, so we'd often forget to fill up the water tank, which meant you had no water for the whole day to do anything you might need to do in that bathroom. And to get to the women's quarters, which were on the roof, you had to walk through the bathroom. So the 2 doors, they had to be locked if you're going to be doing anything in there. And sometimes people would forget to lock or unlock, which meant there would be either you'd get locked out and you couldn't get through, or somebody would walk in on you. It wasn't easy. So the fact that the men were like thinking, okay, well, maybe the women should move out. It wasn't as drastic as it sounds. It was a slightly desperate situation. But we saw, meaning the ladies, we saw these women taking a bath in the Kund across the street. It's still there at the temple. And we thought we could help alleviate the situation. We would also go down and take our morning bath in the Kund. And we started doing that. And then this life member man comes to Prabhupada and he goes, your women are bathing in the pond with the prostitutes, because we saw these other ladies bathing. That's how we got the idea. We had no idea what their profession was. Well, because that looked not so good, so yeah, we stopped.
How about a round of applause for that story? Hari boy. Had not heard that one. Thank you for sharing that one. Ma Shakti, do we have a leader for the Artik? Is Naikama going to lead Artik? Do we have anyone assigned for that seva? Any of the ladies want to lead an artik?
Sing like a frog. Is it not?
Okay. So we have a few minutes here. Are there any other questions or any comments from the audience about their own experience with Prabhupada or compassion reading his books? Any insights from the gallery? Okay. Amoga Leela is here.
We heard a story about Srila Prabhupada's book going into President Carter's hand. I have a story about Krishna book going into Governor Carter's hand on the very same day that he was leaving Atlanta, going to Washington, D.C. to start his presidential campaign. I was in the airport, we were using, Tripurari Maharaj was there. He said, we can try dhotis also. So I was wearing a dhoti in the Atlanta airport, and I said, it's Governor Carter. So I just walked up. This is the fastest book distribution I've ever done. I said, Governor Carter. And he was walking pretty fast, so I had to do it. So I just put the book in his hand, and I said, could you give a donation? So he just took the book, he handed it to an aide who was walking behind him, and I walked along with the aide, and he pulled out a $10 bill. So half a minute, and Governor Carter took Krishna with him to Washington to begin his presidential campaign, and he was unknown outside of Georgia at that time. Nobody could imagine he would become the president. We know why now. Well, the other Carter storyteller was asking me to tell another story. We were together in Atlanta. I told my story first, and she told hers there. And she's asking me to tell another story. Which one? Because we told a lot of Sankirtan. It was a Sankirtan festival. Which one shall I tell? Okay, another real quick one. Bhakta Kevin here and I are going distributing Persian and Arabic books. So, do you want to come up here and help me tell the story? So this gentleman is an incredible hero of mine. He goes on his phone and he looks up where are all the Persian and Arabic restaurants, halal stores, wherever there'll be Persian and Arabic speakers. So one restaurant we went to, it was inside of a mall where of course distributing was illegal, soliciting, but we found the restaurant. We saw the manager. He walked by us. We didn't know he was the manager. And then Kamal, do you want to say what you said to that employee?
I said, can I speak to the manager?
What did he say?
He said, why are you guys here? But then the manager walked back. You want me to finish it?
Oh, I'll finish it. I'll make it even more exciting than you could. So, this was a kshatriya. He was tall, commanding, and he was totally in control of the whole situation. You could tell just by the way he walked. So, and he was also moving fast. You know. So Bhakta Kevin says to him, you tell him what you said to him.
It was really fast. I think I just said it was ancient spiritual knowledge. I handed him the books, and he was really, keen. He was very attentive. And with enthusiasm, I just asked for a donation, and he...
I'll tell the story. With enthusiasm, he said, could you please give And before he could finish the word donation, the man's hand went into his pocket and pulled out his wallet. And he handed a $20 bill. So that was maybe a little bit longer than my giving Governor Carter a Krishna book, but about equal time. And he got $20, I only got 10.
So this part I will share. So since he gave $20, I gave him 3 more sets. And I said, you're a leader for your Persian community. I know you have many friends. Please give this to your friends. And he nodded. So it was like under a minute long, and we did 13 Farsi books.
Very nice. Thank you for sharing.
I just want to say everyone probably knows Narantra Prabhu, gives classes here sometimes on Sundays. And Narantra and I were young brahmacharis in our 20s, and we lived with the Mogalila on a traveling Sankirtan van for 6 months. And a lot of devotees, Mogalila is very staunch, very sincere. And but we were these kind of, agitated brahmacharis, and we were like, we're going to rebel against the Mogalila, we're going to have a, and Narendra said, whatever a Mogalila says, I will do. And so we said, okay, we'll surrender. But anyway, Mogalila was very inspiring those days, giving nice classes in the van. Hare Krishna.
Do you have time to tell us about the day when I dropped you off?
No. Anyway. So.
Thank you. Jai. Okay. Mataji? Does she have you in the lead?
No? Or we can stand up.
Yes, everyone can stand up for the arti, please. And move forward to the altar.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Saminiti Naminaya Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivesesha Sunyavari Paschachada Satarine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivesesha Sunyavari Paschachara Satarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhatta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gora Bhatta Vrinda. Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasari Gaura Bhatta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Nitai, Gaurasunda Nitai, Gaurasunda Nitai, Gaurasunda Nitai, Gaurasunda Nitai. Jai Jagannath Swami, Jai Jagannath, Jai Baladev, Jai Subhadra. Oh, Jai Jagannath, Jai Jagannath, Jai Baladev, Jai Subhadra. Jaya Rukmini Rakrish, Rukmini Rakrish, Rukmini Rakrish, Rukmini Rakrish. Rukmini Rakadesh, Rukmini Rakadesh, Rukmini Rakadesh. Jaya Radha Shama Sundar Radha Shama Sundar Radha Shama Sundar Radha. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Jaya Radha Govinda. Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha. Jaya Radha Damodar Radha Damodar Radha. Jaya Radha Raman Radha Raman Radha Raman Jaya Radha Raman. Jaya Prabhupada 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Namaste Narasingaya. Namaste Narasingaya. Pralada Lada Daine. Lada Lada Daine. Pralada Lada Daine. Hiranyakashipu Vashaha. Hiranyakashipu Vashaha. Sila Tankana Kalae. Sila Tankana Kalae. Sila Tankana Kalae. Sila Ito Nisinga Paruto Nisinga Ita Ito Nisinga Paruto Nisinga Ita Nisinga yata yami tato nisinga. Yata yami tato. Yata yami tato nisinga. Yata. Bahi nisinga hridaya nisinga. Bahi nisinga hridaya nisinga. Nada singham badin sharanam prapade. Nada singham badin sharanam prapade. Tavakara kamala varenakam Adbhuta Singam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tandobringam Kesavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisa Hare Jai Jagadisa Hare Jaya Jagadisa Lalita Hiranyakashipu Tandobringam Kesavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisa Hare Jai Jagadisa Hare Jaya Jagadisa Hare Kesavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisa Hare Jaya Nisingada, 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 Jaya Nisingada. Jaya Prala Maharaj, Prala Maharaj, Prala Maharaj, Jaya Prala Maharaj. Haribo, 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 the tiger, Haribo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya.
Hare Krishna, Hare Bo. So far we've had a beautiful festival so far. Did everyone appreciate the speakers this morning? Did everyone? So we've had some wonderful donations coming in from our festival to make this possible, and I'd like to give some special recognition to actually our largest donor for the festival, Tanush Patel. And we'd like to offer him a gift. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Tanush Prabhu, we would like to offer this to you. This is a beautiful murti of Srila Prabhupada for you, for your home, in which you can worship Srila Prabhupada.
Definitely.
And go back to home, back to God. So let's hear it for Tanush Prabhu. Thank you so much. Thank you kindly for the donation, Prabhu. Thank you. So, prasadam is going to be served at 1 o'clock across the street below. You can also take prasad in the restaurant if you'd like. Okay, your choice. At 2:30 sharp, we're having the bus leave here, where it's going to be maybe 2:30, 2:40. We want to be as prompt as possible. So if you're coming on the Harinam bus, it'll be parked over here. You should wear a hat. You should have some sunblock on. We're going to be gone for 4 hours. It'll be a lot of ecstatic chanting. I hope you'll come. Most of you who are registered, you've already got your seats registered. Some of you, we still have some extra seats. So if you're interested in coming, let me know and we'll put you on our list. Okay, so 2:30 promptly, back at the temple at 6:30, evening artik, and then we're going to also have prasadam later on as well. No one's going to go hungry. Everyone will be eating. And then we're going to have bhajans later, as well as milk and cookies and reading Krishna book. Hari Bol! Thank you very much.
Check. So just as an added note before you leave, if you're not able to make it on the Harinam bus and you want to hang out here at the temple room, there will be a documentary by Bhargava Prabhu being played in here. 4 Matajis giving their ecstatic stories about Prabhupada's compassion. Mula Prakriti, Manchwali, Jayashri, did I say Jayashri? Jayashri, and Sahadevi. Have amazing stories, very unique stories. So if you're not going, be here in the temple room to watch that, as well as videos from Yadabara's series following Srila Prabhupada. Now, as an added treat for this weekend, the gift shop has been donated 20 of these books called A Bond of Love. This is Srila Prabhupada and his daughters. Over 300 female disciples were interviewed for this book. Upstairs in the gift shop, only $20. And if you purchase one of these books, you get free of charge one of Siddhanta's memory books, volume 5, the latest volume. Free. There's only 20 available. So before tomorrow's huge crowd comes, you might want to take advantage of that. Advantage of being here on Saturday. All right, thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
First time that I saw Srila Prabhupada in person is when he came to Boston on his second trip. He looked very majestic when he came off the plane and was greeted by many devotees. When he posed for the press photographers, he did not reveal any sort of egoism. The press photographers, he did not reveal any sort of egoism. Rip. First time that I saw Srila Prabhupada in person is when he came to Boston on his second trip. He looked very majestic when he came off the plane and was greeted by many devotees. When he posed for the press photographers, he did not reveal any sort of egoism. He sounded like who he was, a holy man representing God. He refused the room that the devotees had rented for him at the Sheraton Hotel. He said that these hotels are like brothels, and opted to stay at Krishna's temple in a noisy, austere room with an 8-inch foam rubber pad to sleep on. He lectured from traditional ancient source literatures that were well represented by stories of saints. It all resonated with my own spiritual experiences. He initiated new devotees and installed Radha Krishna deities. A year later, when Srila Prabhupada came to New York, he was met by television reporters and about 100 devotees. Later, he initiated me along with many others. He gave me my spiritual name, Bhargavadas, an avatar that destroyed a corrupt, materialistic ruling class and reinstated dharmic rule. By this time, I had read the Bhagavad Gita and, most wonderfully, the Krishna books. Through the books, the nature of possibilities of the many relationships that one could have with God and his feminine side, the goddess, were revealed. He also visited ISKCON Press in Brooklyn, where his books were being printed. The press was run by Advaita Prabhu and Uddhava. The equipment was purchased by them, along with Vaikuntanath and Patita Pavan, who had gotten jobs in the printing industry. The actual printing done by the devotees themselves was later stopped as the demand for his books outstripped the capacity of the devotee operation. So a large Japanese printing company, Dynapon, began printing his books. The name ISKCON Press later became the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust. While visiting, he also met with the artists who illustrated his books: Muralidhar, Jadharani, Bhardraj, Janavi Pushkar, and Parikit. The movement had started in New York, so he visited a number of times. On one of his visits, he was presented with a full unedited version of his Bhagavad Gita that had been printed by Macmillan Publishing. He went on walks in Prospect Park, which he did for his health. It was always sad when Srila Prabhupada would leave. There would be great joy when he returned, more classes, walks. Sometimes he would sit and watch plays with the devotees. The movement was growing, so there was more and more travel. Hayagriva and Kirtanananda Prabhus had purchased a farm near Wheeling, West Virginia, which Srila Prabhupada visited and named New Vrindavan. Prabhupada wanted self-sufficient farm communities where devotees could practice simple living and high thinking. This was the first of many to come. The first real temple in London was on Bury Place near the British Museum. There, Srila Prabhupada had a very nice discussion with Sister Mary, an Anglican nun, who chanted the Jesus Prayer. Both loved God, so there was a very nice exchange. Srila Prabhupada said that he wanted to work with the Christians to spread love for God. There were a number of well-attended speaking engagements. principally at Prince Albert Hall and at the Hindu Center. A number of celebrities came to see Srila Prabhupada. The race car driver Graham Hill, historian Arnold Toynbee, sculptor David Wainby, Sir Alec Hardy, Lord Fenner Brockway, Dr. Weir of the Mensa Society, and musicians Donovan and George Harrison. Srila Prabhupada visited the temple in Edinburgh, Scotland. There he met with reporters and later went on a speaking engagement in Glasgow at Woods Hall. Srila Prabhupada attended the London Rath Yatra Festival arranged by the devotees. The London devotees put on a Rath Yatra cart festival which represented Krishna, his brother Balaram, and his sister Subhadra melted in the ecstasy of love. It ended in Trafalgar Square, where the Nelson Monument was turned into an altar. The original temple of Jagannath in Puri, India, was a place of many miracles, and their cart festival attracts about 1 million devotees every year. The festival commemorates Krishna's reconnecting after many years with the loving villagers who raised him. The London temple was opened by several devotees, Shyam Sundar and Malati, Gurudas and Jamuna, and Mukunda. They had landed in London with no money, and by Krishna's grace were helped by George Harrison, who loved the chanting that he heard on the album that Srila Prabhupada had recorded in New York. He was so affected by the chanting that he recorded the devotees and created the Radha Krishna Temple album, which topped the London charts. George gave $20,000 for the printing of the Krishna books. Later, George purchased the Manor House, which he donated to the movement. His recording of My Sweet Lord was the perfect prayer put to music. At the Manor, I took a portrait of Srila Prabhupada. It wasn't the best lighting. When the devotees asked for a photo to be made into a poster, Srila Prabhupada chose it, which mystified me until I realized that he wanted to be remembered chanting Hare Krishna on his beads. Prabhupada visited France a number of times. I photographed Srila Prabhupada on 2 trips, the first at Fontainebleau-aux-Roses and later at a larger temple near the Arch of Triumph. There he spoke to the head of the French National Buddhist Society, Pierre Canaves, Secretary of the Bishops of France, Professor Lacombe, Director of the Sorbonne University, Meister Messmann, Chief of the Law House of Paris, and other prominent guests. Later, Srila Prabhupada spoke at the Paris School of Architecture. His walks in Paris were quite picturesque. On one walk, he told the devotees, "I want you all to become Krishna-conscious philosophers and defeat these materialistic scientists and philosophers." His view was that there were a lot of cheaters who were atheists and were ruining the world through their stand against spirituality. Srila Prabhupada had no problem with honest scientists. Later, he formed the Bhaktivedanta Institute to present a spiritual viewpoint on science. One devotee named Munibunda Das got Srila Prabhupada to agree to be recorded in his room. At the end of the session, Yogeshwara said to Srila Prabhupada, "You sing so beautifully." Srila Prabhupada replied, "I do not sing so beautifully. It is because you love me. You are thinking I sing beautifully." Many young French girls and boys took initiation at the temple. And others still at an engagement at Luxembourg Gardens. The movement was growing fast, and Srila Prabhupada went on a trip to the countryside to look at an old chateau once visited by Joan of Arc. Seeing that the building would be very expensive to restore, he decided against the purchase. The largest engagement in Paris was held at a huge concert hall called La Salle Pleyel. He spoke on the Bible verse, "In the beginning was the Word," and had planned to purport the Bible. But he later changed his mind and instead translated the Chaitanya Charitamrita, the biography of Sri Chaitanya, the Golden Avatar. When Srila Prabhupada arrived in Amsterdam, he spoke to reporters at the VIP press room at the airport. As ever, the devotees were happy to have Srila Prabhupada visit their small temple. Although located in the red light district because of finances, Sarabi and Akoyananda had created a small but beautiful temple on the first floor of an old loft building. The sex workers in the neighborhood were quite friendly to the devotees. Some, when they heard that the devotees slept on the floor, offered to donate their old beds to the temple. Srila Prabhupada performed initiations, including giving sannyas to Akoyananda, giving him a new name, Akshayananda Swami. He also installed Jagannath deities. He would go for his morning walks with Revatinanda Swami in Vandal Park. There he would see hundreds of hippies sleeping in the park, as Amsterdam's drug laws had made it a mecca for pot smokers. Later he gave a wonderful program in that same park. He also gave a lecture to a packed house in the auditorium of the Hotel Krasnopolsky near the Dom Square. Srila Prabhupada also visited Stockholm, where Bhagavan and Ajit had opened the temple. There he gave classes and initiations. He also met with Indian ambassador A.K. Damodaran and Sanskrit professor Dr. Sunasan. He also spoke at the prestigious university at Uppsala. Later he met with professors there. Some devotees had tried unsuccessfully to get Srila Prabhupada nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize on the basis of his spiritual peace formula, that everything belongs to Krishna and that everything should be used in his service. In Geneva, Srila Prabhupada spoke with a number of interesting guests. Professor Ragame, professor of Sanskrit at the University of Lausanne, M. Duant, president of the Protestant Center of Geneva, M. Morel, dean of the Faculty of Religion at the University of Geneva, M. Rocher Diev, honorary professor of History of Religion, Professor Goran, a nuclear scientist from the European Center for Nuclear Research, and a yoga teacher named Mr. Roust. He spoke at a public event at an auditorium arranged by Guru Gauranga Das. And he also spoke with Mr. Hennis of the International Labor Organization of the United Nations at the UN headquarters in Geneva. In Germany, Shivaram, Hansaduda, and Imavati had attracted a large number of devotees at the largest temple in Germany, at Schloss Rittershof, near Frankfurt. A large number of devotees took initiation while Srila Prabhupada was there. Devotees had translated a number of Srila Prabhupada's books into German, and even some into Russian, and at great risk smuggled them into communist Russia. At the Schloss, Srila Prabhupada met some interesting guests. Peter Emmanuel was a Benedictine monk. Srila Prabhupada liked that he chanted the Jesus prayer, "Lord Jesus, have pity upon me, a fallen sinner." But he spoke on the meaning of "thou shalt not kill," as including animals, as he did with many Christians. He spoke with Professor Durkheim, who had established a spiritual community after he experienced the horror of war as a soldier. Srila Prabhupada always emphasized the chanting of the holy names of God in this age. Srila Prabhupada's walks with the hard-working German devotees enthused them as only a truth-speaking saint could. Devotees had set up a recording studio where Srila Prabhupada recorded a number of devotional songs that were made into albums that were distributed by the Sankirtan devotees. Srila Prabhupada had only one engagement at a nearby town called Bad Homburg. I accompanied Srila Prabhupada on his second trip to Africa. Mauritius is a small island in the Indian Ocean off the coast of southern Africa, with a large Indian population. Srila Prabhupada visited here twice. He was greeted at the airport by Mr. Tilak, an enthusiastic government official who loved giving out Back to Godhead magazines in his office. He met with a number of local Indian gentlemen who were interested in the culture that their ancestors had left behind when they migrated from India. He was also entertained at the home of the American Consulate General. He was asked at a press conference, "What is your movement doing to help the world?" After 70 years of witnessing the spiritual degradation of society, he spoke as only a holy man could. "I am taking animals and turning them into human beings." Later he asked that the talk be published as an article in the Back to Godhead magazine, entitled, "First you make them human, then you talk about a United Nations." He gave classes over a period of days. On walks he spoke to some of the interested young men. He did not like the fact that the economy was based on sugar as a cash crop, and that so many things, even sugar refined in England, had to be imported. He said the first duty of a nation is to become self-sufficient, and encouraged the local young men to start a Krishna-conscious farm community, which they later successfully did. Then it was on to South Africa. In Durban, he filled the City Hall auditorium. It was unusual for such a large, racially mixed crowd in apartheid South Africa to attend such an event. He was well received by the mixed audience. Srila Prabhupada was pleased that the event was nicely written up in the press. South Africa had a large Indian population whose ancestors had come as indentured servants. So there was great interest in Srila Prabhupada and the ISKCON movement. Pusta Krishna Swami deserved much credit for the movement's success. While in Durban, Srila Prabhupada received his newly printed 5th canto volumes of the Srimad Bhagavatam. For him, they were a literary incarnation of Krishna. His morning walks in Durban were by the coast of the Indian Ocean. Srila Prabhupada had quite a number of large speaking engagements in Durban and Johannesburg. The most prestigious was at Wits University, where Robert Kennedy once gave a wonderful speech. Since then, a large temple had been constructed in Durban. On his walks, he would sometimes challenge his disciples to defeat him when he posed a bogus philosophical point. Ramananda and Chayavana Swamis had opened up a temple in Nairobi, Kenya, with some success. They arranged for initiations and a couple of preaching engagements. One of which was held at a life member's home. The way he was treated really showed how much admiration the Indian people had for Srila Prabhupada. Ambarish Das, the great-grandson of the auto magnate Henry Ford, had come to visit Srila Prabhupada. He was inspired to fund the construction of a large temple and Vedic planetarium, now under construction at Lord Chaitanya's birthplace at Mayapur in West Bengal. The Nairobi temple was small at the time, but would later blossom into a larger temple. When Srila Prabhupada returned to India, he spoke to a large crowd at an Ahmedabad pandal. On his walks in the local parks, he would discuss philosophy and answer questions with the local people. Ahmedabad was in Gujarat state, where Krishna had his capital 5,000 years ago. In Delhi, Tejas and Gopal Krishna had arranged for Srila Prabhupada to speak at the home of Mr. Agarwal, the head of Sylvania Electric in India. The small temple later grew into one of the architectural wonders of New Delhi. Srila Prabhupada also spoke at Modi Nagar near Delhi. The pious industrialist Modi family had built a nice temple where the family welcomed him to lecture. Srila Prabhupada also attended a conference on the Bhagavad Gita at Kurukshetra, where the Gita was spoken 5,000 years ago. Srila Prabhupada also traveled with the devotees and attended the Kumbh Mela festival, where millions came to bathe at the confluence of the Ganges, Saraswati, and Jamuna rivers. They came to wash away sins and hoped that it would open the door to liberation. Calcutta was Srila Prabhupada's hometown, so he was well received and respected for his world preaching success in the West. Mahamsa Swami had gotten land in Hyderabad and constructed a temple. Srila Prabhupada was invited to attend the installation of the deities. It was during festival time, so many devotees took advantage of the opportunity to attend Srila Prabhupada's lectures. A farm community had been donated to the movement, so Srila Prabhupada went to inspect the property. It was very hot, so Srila Prabhupada took a nap by a small Hanuman temple on the property. Later, Srila Prabhupada returned to Hyderabad and did more speaking programs. He also met with devotee priests from the highly respected devotional line coming from the goddess of fortune. They had come to preside over the installation of the new Jagannath deities. Exuberant devotees led by Yasodananda Swami led a rip-roaring kirtan. Western devotees like Yasodananda, Guru Kripa, Chutananda, and Mahamsa Swamis, with their knowledge of philosophy and Sanskrit language, brought much respect to the movement and Srila Prabhupada. It was a very happy day for Mahamsa Swami, who introduced Srila Prabhupada. One of the most magical events was the opening of the Krishna Balaram temple in Vrindavan. For those who love Srila Prabhupada, seeing him doing the first arati to the Krishna Balaram deities was a moment of ecstasy. Srila Prabhupada spent much time in Los Angeles, which for a long time was the world headquarters of ISKCON. The last time I photographed Srila Prabhupada was in January of 1977 in Mayapur. He was already quite ill, yet he came off his sickbed to talk to Taran Kanti Ghosh, who at the time was the equivalent of the Lieutenant Governor of West Bengal. Tarun's grandfather was a freedom fighter who had become a great devotee after he had had a mystical devotional experience. Tarun praised Prabhupada as the only one preaching the pure Dharma of India. Srila Prabhupada passed in November of 1977. He had once told the devotees that there was enough information in his books to inspire love for Krishna and liberate us if we followed the instructions. He placed more emphasis on the instructions of the teacher rather than on the personal presence of the teacher. Saint Bhaktivinoda Thakur gave this meditation. Every day one should feel his love for God growing, and if he does not feel the love growing, then he should do an introspective search and determine what offense or neglect he has committed and correct it to the point that he feels his love for God growing again. I once asked Srila Prabhupada if he was present in his pictures. He replied, "If you think of me, then I am there."
He's a kind and gentle soul. His heart is never cold. So peaceful and poetic, with a message true and bold. He's never seeking praise, so silent and so grave. And his transcendental love is the magic in his ways. And when I see his love, I know I've got a long, long way to go. When will I taste the love that he is feeling inside?
The ashram was open only on the weekends, so we would come out Friday night, driving Swamiji and Guruji and our son, and then on Sunday night come back. Early on, I was given the name of Mother of the Ashram. So if I were Mother of the Ashram, I was only in my 30s, then he had to be the grandfather of the ashram. My memories of him were mostly of him smiling and laughing, because when he was with Sri Brahmananda, then Dr. Mishra, they carried on in Hindi, and they usually ended up in total laughter. Guruji, after the program of Vedantic readings and chanting, Guruji would turn over the latter part of the evening to Swamiji. And he would try to caution him. And he'd say, Swamiji, only 15 minutes remaining. At most 20 minutes, Swamiji. And Swamiji would look at him very sincerely and say, I know people need rest. It is late. I will do a little bit chanting. But it was to no avail, because once Swamiji went into that divine chanting, the bhakti chanting, he lost all sense of time and space every time he chanted. And it was seldom that it was less than an hour. And Guruji knew it. It was his joke with Swami Bhaktivedanta. He was serious only when he was chanting or talking about Krishna consciousness. But when he was relating to people, and certainly relating to Guruji, his face would light up. He had a radiance because he was happy. When Swamiji was happy, it showed. He, I guess because he did a lot of traveling on his own, had become self-sufficient in the kitchen. And he also loved, absolutely loved, to make meals for Gurji. And he would make a lot of food. So we knew when Swamiji was cooking that he could serve about 20 people, although he was cooking mainly for Gurji. And we would gather around as he was cooking. We wanted to learn from him what he was doing. So we would ask him questions, and he wouldn't answer because he'd be totally absorbed in his moment-to-moment activity. And although we were in a happy mood because we were anticipating a lovely meal and being with the two of them, he just remained serious until the last morsel was being finished. And he was just one-pointed in everything he did. I always felt about him he was a deeply serious man, serious about life. He never talked about his past, his personal life. I did ask him once or twice, question here and there, and he waved it away. He said, not important. That's not important. And then I began to feel it wasn't important. What was important was what he was doing now. There's only once when he touched me so much, I asked if I could hug him. He said something like, why not? Because nobody touched him usually. Gurji did. He would put his arm around him. But this was after I knew him for a while. But it was the Indian way of hugging. You know, somehow they managed to hug you and be miles apart in the hug. But at the same time, although the bodies were kept apart, it's only really the shoulders that come together. It's Indian style. But I felt Swamiji's love. He was a tender man, he was a caring man, and an innocent man. And in the company of innocency, you relax completely. And so I was always relaxed with Swami Bhaktivedanta.
That's when I decided I wanted to get into film, and when I came back to America, I took 2 courses at Columbia, and then I was lucky enough to get a job with Leacock Pennybaker, who were the preeminent cinema verite documentarians, and there I learned to edit, to take sound, and this film that we're talking about was my first venture as a cameraman. This was entirely on our own, and we selected this because this was a movement that was different. I also was touched by, in a sense, their naivete. One of the people, I remember asking him how he felt. He said, oh, this is the most wonderful thing. I am so moved. I want to devote my entire life to this. I said, how long have you been involved? He said, since yesterday.
We went to the storefront, Matchless Gifts, and I've always been so taken with that sign. I can still remember it. It was beautifully done, so artistic, saying Matchless Gifts, you know, wonderful colors and swirls and everything. So we entered. It was quite a simple room, and they were eating on the floor. And I don't remember any women being among that first group. My feeling about the Swami is that I think he was in some kind of a state, and I think that perhaps he passed something to us in that interview. But at the same time, I was having a very good time. I actually thought we were onto something big. You know, I have a journalist instinct, but I also have it sounds terrible, a spiritual instinct. You know, after all, this was a very small little room. And the Swami was interviewed by us in the back, in a smaller little room with a curtain over it. So that's, to me, that's where it started. Now, maybe it started before in someplace else, but amazing. We were there. And for me, that's very significant.
Hayagriva first ran into Prabhupada on the street up Bowery, and Prabhupada invited him to come and attend his class that he was holding at 26 Second Avenue. So he came back to the apartment and told me, and so the next night we both went to hear Prabhupada at 26 Second Avenue. And I was very attracted to Prabhupada right from the start. His message rang a bell, and his voice, when he quoted the Sanskrit, it was just like music to me. At any rate, I very quickly became Prabhupada's assistant, and we would cook together for all the people that would come to share Prabhupada's lunch. Everything was put on Prabhupada's plate. And then from Prabhupada's plate, he would distribute chapatis and rice and dal and everything to 10, 15 people that gathered there. And there was always enough. Everyone was always full. We cooked the prasadam in his apartment kitchen, and we served it in his bedroom. We all sat around in a circle on the floor. He had no furniture. The thing that attracted me most to Prabhupada was his certainty. He didn't say, maybe this is the truth, or my opinion is. He wasn't like the professors I knew at Columbia. He spoke with finality. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita such and such, this is the way it is. And he was sure.
I was in a very desperate state. I was brought up middle class, Brooklyn Jewish TV dinner kind of background, kind of pampered, I guess. And here I was out in the streets in a dangerous part of town with no money and affected by LSD and my own unbalanced mind. And so I came to Prabhupada to ask him, rather than asking him, how could I somehow become more stable or some normal approach to my problem, I was just thinking of one thing. And I asked Swamiji, I told him, I work hard all day long. I'm like you. I'm also spreading the word, I'm also speaking to the people. And I thought I was preaching something. And Srila Prabhupada just looked at me, shook his head, and he spoke to me very strongly. And he said, simply join us. We will solve all your problems. Of course, in hindsight, we understand the depth of what Srila Prabhupada was talking about. No more birth, no more death, no more disease, no more old age. At that point, he handed me a cloth. I thought it was a dhoti, and I rejected it. I started stepping backwards. So as I was kind of walking backwards towards the door, I told him that I'm not quite ready, in a very halting manner. And as I was going out the door, Srila Prabhupada had his hand on the door frame, and I distinctly remembered he had a tear coming out of his eyes, and he said, please come back, just like that. And, well, I did come back, but I didn't come back the way he wanted me to, right at that moment. I walked out, and I almost got killed by some thugs right around the corner, almost an instant reaction.
I remember his face. I don't remember his body. It's interesting. I remember his face. We did get these wonderful close-ups of his face. That's where his power, his focus, and his calm presence were all gathered in his face. But here, it was the beginning for us, for meeting many spiritual masters. And it was also the beginning of the Hare Krishna movement. And it was also the beginning of a trend that grew towards the appreciation of Eastern religions in America.
We had a big tape recorder that weighed 50 pounds.
I was in charge of that. Brahmananda would bring it down from Prabhupada's closet every night. So my job was to set up the tape for Prabhupada's lecture. I mean, Prabhupada was very insistent in having his lectures tape recorded. I mean, so much so that when the tape ran out, he would stop and wait for me to rethread the tape with a new one. In those days, we didn't have money, and those tapes were, I remember they were like $3, $4 for Scotch tapes. So Prabhupada wanted everything tape recorded. We didn't think it was important in those days. But now we do. They're important for preaching.
As usual, I just breezed into Srila Prabhupada's apartment and I said, Swamiji, I'd like to do something to help, as if I were God's gift to the world or to his mission. But immediately, it's almost as if that's what he was waiting for. And immediately, Srila Prabhupada picked up this huge tray of prasadam and handed me this whole tray of prasadam and said, you could be the one who distributes the prasadam to the devotees. Those were his exact words. So I was, okay, I had not only a service, but a whole position now, that I was the prasadam distributor. But unfortunately, I was so spaced out that I was standing on the top of the stairs outside of Prabhupada's apartment to go down to the storefront, and I was just thinking how I'm going to negotiate the stairs and not drop the tray. And some hippie devotees, whoever they were, they grabbed it from me. They didn't have time to wait for this space case to decide how I was going to walk down the stairs. So I lost my service, but I did continue my service of taking prasadam.
In the beginning, there was only one or two who were thinking how to give Prabhupada something instead of just taking from him. Because I had asked Prabhupada, I said, Swamiji, we're here with you, and what are we supposed to do? We come here, we take Krishna Prasadam, then we all go away. But what are we supposed to do for you? What are we here for? I wanted something definite. And Prabhupada said the duty of a disciple is to assist the spiritual master in his work. That's all he said. So then I thought, work? Later on I pondered on this subject, work. And I said, Prabhupada doesn't work. What does he do? He doesn't have a job. He's a religious teacher. So then it occurred to me, there's one thing he does do every day, and that's translate books. And he's using this typewriter. Prabhupada wasn't a typist. He used just his index fingers. I mean, that's how he was typing his books. So I was walking one day, because there was 4 or 5 head shops that would carry back to Godhead. And I would always stop in the shops to see if they're selling. So on my way, I passed this Grundig shop, and something in the window caught my eye. It was like a miniature tape recorder. And it said dictaphone. I said, what the hell is a dictaphone? So I went inside. And I went up to the man. I said, what's this dictaphone? He says, well, it's used by lawyers and doctors to keep notes. I go, oh, yeah? I said, I know somebody who's translating books. It would be good for him. He said, oh, yeah. So he showed me how to use it. And I said, I'm going to buy this for Prabhupada. Now I'm helping him, because this will go a lot faster than typing. I mean, practically speaking, the dictaphone revolutionized Prabhupada's book, because he wanted to do the Gita. And so, it would take ages for him to finish typing by hand. So it was like $150, I think. So I brought it to Prabhupada. I was all excited and puffed up. I said, this is, helping Prabhupada. And so I thought, boy, how am I going to show Prabhupada how to use this thing? He's from the village, Vrindavan. They don't know what a dictaphone is. So I brought up to Prabhupada's room and I showed it to him. And, I showed him the mic, and he looked at it. I said, Prabhupada, there's an instruction book here how to use it. I'll go through it with you. He said, no, that's okay, I know. I was shocked. And sure enough, Prabhupada knew. He pressed the right buttons. He was testing it. And I was shocked. He never even looked at the book. It took me an hour with the guy. He had to show me everything. And here I'm showing it to someone from the village. And he didn't have to look at the book. And then I realized that this person, he's not human. I mean, how does he know how to work this thing? He never had one. Prabhupada was very easy with electronics. He wasn't at all intimidated. And then boom, Prabhupada started doing the tapes. I mean, it was great. But then we had the other problem. The tapes were building up. And the tapes were expensive. You know, at the end, we had like 6 or 7 tapes, and we didn't have money to keep buying tapes. For some reason, nobody knew how to type properly, because you have to have coordination. I think because we're all on LSD, nobody could coordinate their foot with their fingers. Because you had to use a foot pedal, and then you had to hear Prabhupada and coordinate, you know, like driving a car. And nobody could do it. So all of a sudden this Neil shows up. And he's from Antioch College. He has to do a summer course, 3-month course, joining a religious organization and writing about his experience. That was his paper. So he thought, you know, hey, I'll join you guys. He said, I'm going to do it. I said, fine, you know. So immediately asked him, do you know how to type? We just thought we'd ask. He goes, yeah, I can type. I said, do you know how to use a dictaphone? Oh, yeah, that's easy. And right away, the guy started typing 60 words a minute. And we used to watch his foot, man. The foot was going a mile a minute. He knew how to go back and go forward like in a second if he didn't understand anything. I mean, we go, wow. We looked at each other. This is mystical. Because this is the person we needed. And all of a sudden, he shows up, knocking at the door. I mean, you don't know. The devotees then had an inner communication with each other. When things like this happen, we look at each other and go, wow, this is mystical. And then we understood that Krishna provides. That was the famous word. Krishna provides. That's why you really felt secure when you were with Prabhupada. Because you felt nothing could hurt you or touch you. And you felt wonderful. You always wanted to be around him because you felt fully protected. That feeling that everything's going to work out when you're with Prabhupada, because everything did work out.
The first dancing was in Tompkins Square Park, myself and Achyutananda. Prabhupada introduced this style of kirtan, which is very, very meditative. You know, when Prabhupada sang in the park, that first time I danced, and Achyutananda got up and we danced. As I was dancing, I felt I should dance with the kirtan, and I should dance as long as Prabhupada has the kirtan. Not that I should stop dancing and sit down. That would somehow be disrespectful to the Swamiji. So I danced for as long as Prabhupada had the kirtan. And Prabhupada had the kirtan for 3 hours, non-stop. He was singing. And that's the way Prabhupada had it. Very long kirtans and very meditative. I once asked Srila Prabhupada, what is the best way to sing kirtan? He replied, that you sing in such a way that you never get tired. so that the kirtan should be able to go on endlessly. The New York Times, they came to that kirtan and they took a photograph of Achyutananda and myself, and Prabhupada sitting there. You see the back of Prabhupada's head, and he's holding the bongo drum that he played. The caption was, "The Swami's flock finds ecstasy in the park." Prabhupada said the Times of New York was the most important newspaper in the world. This article, he said, marked the beginning of my movement.
One night I was walking down 2nd Avenue and I heard the ching, 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 ching. And so I walked over and I followed the sound, and it was the Krishna place, and there was Prabhupada, and they were chanting a mantra. And I had read that chanting mantras was the best kind of meditation. So I thought, well, maybe this is what I'm looking for. So I started to go in, but as I went in, I saw Prabhupada was shaking his head from side to side, like not to come in. So I stopped. But then I saw that he was just moving his head in time with the music. So I went in and sat down and started chanting. And then when Prabhupada spoke, he said, the Supreme Absolute Truth is a person. And when he said that, I knew that I had found my spiritual master. Because I had been reading all these Buddhist books that say you cannot describe the truth. You know, you cannot say it is, you cannot say it is not, you cannot say it both is and is not. You cannot say it neither is nor is not. And they never tell you what the truth is. So here somebody told me what the truth was, and it really made sense. So then I started coming regularly. At that time, there was lecture kirtan every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday night. So anyway, after a while, I began to have a little doubt. I thought, well, I can see that the Swami is very honest. He's not cheating, but how do I know he really has knowledge? He could be a very honest man, but also be misled. And while I was thinking this, I didn't say anything to him, but I went to hear him lecture, and he said, I teach only what is in Scripture. So when he said that, then I thought, well, then there's no danger if he only teaches what's in Scripture. So that's how I started coming all the time. And then after a while, some of the guys started to do some kind of a service. And somebody would say, well, I'm doing this for the Swami, or someone else would say, I'm doing that for the Swami. So I thought, well, I'd better get in on this, because I thought he would maybe gather a few disciples and go off to a mountain cave somewhere and give them the secret teachings, you know. So I didn't want to miss out. So I went up to see Prabhupada. And I said, is there something I can do for you? And he said, yes, you can take notes in class and type them up. So the next day I took notes, but I really didn't know what kind of format to write them up with, so I tried something. And I showed it to Prabhupada. And then Prabhupada showed me what he was working on, and it was the essay, Who is Crazy? So then I knew that he wanted me to type the notes up in essay form. And Prabhupada said, and we will one day put all these essays together in a book and call it Practical Theology.
I was cooking for Prabhupada. Then it occurred to me that it would be nice to start a Sunday feast program. I explained to Prabhupada that in this country, people usually gather in their families together on Sunday and have a meal together. So I thought it would be a nice thing to have a love feast on Sunday when we could ask all the hippies and others who wanted to come and have a Krishna conscious feast. Prabhupada said, oh, that is a good idea. And that's the beginning of the love feast. We used to have the place packed every week. Every bit of prasad would be gobbled up. I cooked, Prabhupada cooked, Achyutananda cooked. We handed out flyers. I remember the first flyer, stay high forever. No more coming down. Practice Krishna consciousness.
How familiar these faces are. They are etched in my memory. And also I was very touched, in part because I am aware that this is important for the devotees. And being able to give the film to the movement is more of a gift to us that we had something of value that was appreciated, and that was very rewarding to us. So it's matchless gifts for us.
On the first day that we went to Tompkins Square Park with Srila Prabhupada, then he had me dance holding up the picture of Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan. But after all, I put it down. Prabhupada said, "Why did you put it down?" I said, "Well, I got tired." I had no idea what an honor it was to be holding that picture on the first kirtan with Prabhupada in the Western world. And what a momentous occasion it was. Of course, we didn't see this as a momentous occasion. Prabhupada did, but we didn't. To see an Indian man in Indian dress in a park on Tompkins Square with, you know, majority of the people were old Russian and Polish people. You know, it was just too far out. So we used to go, you know, every weekend, Sundays, especially Sundays, you know, to Tompkins Square to chant with Prabhupada. And I would be in the crowd with the leaflets talking and inviting people. We used to make these leaflets called Stay High Forever. You know, people really got a kick out of those. And we used that photograph of Prabhupada where he's sitting and he's smiling and he's got his hand on his head. I mean, you know, that photo was like, people would look at that and say, wow, he is high. He's so high, he's trying to keep himself down just from the mantra.
Starting in November, he began lecturing on Chaitanya Charitamrita, Lord Chaitanya's teachings, to Sri Sanatana Goswami about Krishna's innumerable incarnations and how he has a road show and goes all over the universe, and every second appearing in another universe. The second being the first second in the second universe, and how he's in millions of universes at the same time. And he would say such interesting things, like if you give somebody just an atomic particle of ptomaine poisoning, a person would die just by an atom of that. So similarly, the soul is so tiny, but it gives all life to the body. We just didn't know what to call it. It's arti, but we just called it bells in those days. Prabhupada is doing, or Swamiji is doing bells. Later on, we learned about the genuine process of arti.
Srila Prabhupada was lecturing on the Chaitanya Charitamrita at 26 2nd Avenue. He was talking about Krishna and the cowherd boys. It was very juicy. He was just talking about their pastimes and their playing in the forest. And it was so wonderful to hear him talking about that. But, and then he would talk about how the cowherd boys were thinking. And he said that they were always thinking about Krishna. They were always thinking Krishna, 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 Krishna. And he just kept going on and just Krishna, just repeating it. Krishna, 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 Krishna. I guess people would say he went into a trance. He was just saying Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Now I remember particularly Brahmananda, who was sitting at Prabhupada's feet right next to him and looking up at Prabhupada. And Brahmananda started trembling. And then he let out a gasp. He just went, oh, like that. And I don't know if Prabhupada stopped when he heard that or not. But it was an extraordinary moment. Srila Prabhupada was just, he was there. He was with the cowherd boys, thinking nothing but Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. But we used to say, it was, I suppose, innocent of us. But anyway, we used to say, that Prabhupada had Krishna painted on the inside of his eyelids. So whenever he closed his eyes, he would see Krishna. It was simple-minded, but it showed something of our appreciation for him.
Prabhupada is sitting with there's a cushion from a sofa. I picked that up off the street. Someone had thrown out an old sofa. I picked up the cushion and brought it. And Prabhupada used it. There was no money, no books. I mean, there was no income. Prabhupada would pass the basket at the end of the kirtan and collect maybe $3. People would put coins in, quarters. Prabhupada's first instruction to me was to do my job. I was a teacher for New York City Board of Education, and he said, give your salary to Krishna. You know, I thought I would give up my job. Prabhupada said, no, you do your job. And I asked Prabhupada, well, how do I give my salary to Krishna? Prabhupada said, well, you give it to me, and I'll give it to Krishna. I said, okay. And that's how we were running on. But we had no money. We were using as a subji in the summertime. Prabhupada started in the summer. It was May 66 at 26th Avenue. We would get watermelon, because watermelon was so cheap, 10 cents a pound. And then we'd eat the watermelon and then take the rind and cook that as a subji. That was one of the best, the big subjis, the watermelon rinds.
When Srila Prabhupada first settled into 22nd Avenue, he put a sign on the door saying, any young man who wants to follow these rules and regulations can stay here and learn from me. That's a paraphrase. So, of course, some young men came in. He had already had some disciples, and they moved in and stayed in the storefront. And they would take a shower up in the apartment. The storefront was in a front part of the building that had apartments above it. But then there was a courtyard in the middle. And then there was what's called the rear court building, and that's where Srila Prabhupada's apartment was, on the second floor with windows looking out onto the courtyard. And we used to chant our japa walking around and around in the courtyard. And Srila Prabhupada would look out the window and see us doing our japa, and he'd be very pleased to see his disciples doing that. At that time, the only record, the LP, that had come out was the Krishna Consciousness LP. Well, we would play that, Srila Prabhupada speaking, and his singing of the Sangsara prayers, and also the kirtan on the other side. We would play them in the apartments, but with the speakers right up in the windows going out onto the street, so that the sound of the kirtan was blaring out up and down the block, so everybody could hear it. So we weren't at all shy in those days about presenting Krishna consciousness to the masses. But many people became introduced to Krishna consciousness, or at least the chanting of the Maha Mantra, through those speakers, because people all up and down the streets, when they saw us walking up and down, they would go, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. And that's how they got to know us.
This is Brahmananda, who's Gargamuni's brother, and Prabhupada made him the first temple president and his brother the first temple treasurer. That's me getting up to dance now. And Prabhupada had them pose for my first Lord Nrsingadev painting. He had one of them be Hiranyakashipu, the big demon, and the other be Lord Nrsingadev, and he put one on the other one's lap, and he showed them how they should pose for Lord Nrsingadev to rip apart the demon Hiranyakashipu. And Prabhupada also posed for the painting, making his eyes crossed and showing himself ripping the demon with his hands and showing long nails. And this painting on the window of Matchless Gifts is from a copy of a print that Prabhupada gave me of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Sankirtan party. His performing Sankirtan at the courtyard of the house of Srivas Thakur. And Prabhupada pointed out who the different personalities in the painting are. That's Mukunda and his sons, that's Haridas Thakur, and who the Panchatattva members are. So and that was my very first painting that I did for Prabhupada. And it was so bad, everything was out of proportion. The feet were gigantic and the heads were small, and the hand was coming out someplace that wasn't connected to the body. But Prabhupada was so encouraging that when he saw the painting, all the devotees would always gather around him. So he said to everybody, Krishna has sent, like Krishna sent me to paint, even though it was so bad. He was so encouraging. And on that day, he also invited me to come and paint up in his quarters. So for the next months, I was painting there. And he would often come into the room, which was the room that he said bells, and give instructions about the paintings.
Prabhupada arrived at the airport a day or two before the Mantra Rock concert. No one knew what to expect. Mukunda and Jamuna had met Prabhupada, but none of us had met Prabhupada yet. There's my dog walking in front of Prabhupada. Allen Ginsberg. We were, of course, delighted and could immediately see that we had made the right choice once we saw Prabhupada. He seemed to light up the whole room. We couldn't take our eyes off of him. And obviously, if he attracted our gurus like Allen Ginsberg had a great influence on most of us. He was one of the leading members of what was called the Beat generation. He and Jack Kerouac practically single-handedly changed the consciousness of millions of young Americans with their ideas that life should be lived in a very open manner with freedoms and pursuing higher things and throw off the old shackles. Prabhupada had the stamp of approval of the Beat generation. He was for us.
So this area is known as Hippie Hill in San Francisco's Golden Gate Park. Almost every day, everyone would gather at Hippie Hill, and sometimes the devotees would come and chant. And this particular day was like any other day there. But as I remember entering the park, and what attracted me was the beauty and the sound of I didn't even know at that time it was the Hare Krishna mantra. People had been chanting all around the Haight-Ashbury area for months and months prior to this. The idea that Srila Prabhupada was there that particular day just captured me. That through his sound vibration, he just reached into me, reached into my heart, and somehow or other said, this one is mine. It wasn't maybe a year or so later that I had actually started to join the temple.
Prabhupada had introduced something that all of the youth were really attracted to, and he was really something of a Pied Piper. You can see here how much everybody is participating. These are not just devotees, but all of the people here in the park were completely open to this. As a matter of fact, so much so that they considered the Hare Krishna to be the hippie religion at this point in 1967 in San Francisco. So many hippies were in love with Prabhupada and in love with the devotees and considered themselves very much a part of Hare Krishna.
I did a lot of singing in the park, and so I used to come down, help out, and sing along too. I had been singing Hare Krishna since '63, and it seemed to me that almost as if reinforcements had arrived from India. My idea at the time was that the more swamis the better, and the more spiritual teachers the better, because America seemed to have sunk in a morass of aggressive and murderous militarism in those days. That was right in the middle of the Vietnam War, and I'd come home from India via Saigon. So anybody going out on the street, particularly, and singing in the street seemed to lighten the whole American scene. That seemed like a breakthrough of joy, dancing, human voice. And so it seemed like a marvelous social contribution.
This historic footage gives us a glimpse into the first Rath Yatra celebrated in the Western world in 1967. On another track, there's a kirtan that goes with this Rath Yatra, and it was the melody that goes something like this. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. And that went for hours and hours as we sang it on the cart. A few wonderful things about this Rath Yatra were that the crowd that gathered alongside of the cart of partly hippies that knew nothing about Lord Jagannath and partly some hippies who had tasted Krishna Prasad in our temple and sampled the nectar of the holy name in our kirtans were very genuinely enthusiastic to celebrate this Rath Yatra. Lord Jagannath, Subhadra, and Balaram faced different directions on the cart, so no matter what side you were on, you were able to get face-to-face darshan of their lordships. There was a pastime with this cart where the engine of the flatbread truck that the deities were seated on stalled. And when we told that to Srila Prabhupada, he said that this was not uncommon, that the cart would stall, even if it was pulled by hand, and stop at various places along the route. So he was happy to see that somehow in San Francisco, without even knowing about this pastime, our cart stalled on the hill. The route was full length from the Haight-Ashbury all the way to the sea. And when the cart arrived at the sea, there was a very wonderful kirtan on the beach.
He was recovering by the ocean for 3 weeks. Gursinner and I were staying there, along with Kirtananda. The four of us were staying in a beach bungalow. And they sent a copy of this reel-to-reel tape. And it was so wild. And it was a brand new tune. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. They made up their own tunes. Unheard of in New York. This was not done. And it was wild. I mean, horns and cymbals and you name it. It was a full wild party sounding kirtan. And some of the devotees in New York were like, oh my gosh, what is this? But Prabhupada loved it. He was so happy. And I noticed this. He was so happy that they were still chanting. It didn't matter that it was a different tune. It didn't matter that they were wild hippies with dancing and frenzies, and probably some of them were intoxicated. Most of them even were still taking intoxication. Prabhupada loved it. And there was another one that they sent called Narada Muni, the Eternal Spaceman, which was a little record that they made. They were creative and innovative and far out. That's the kind of people that were in San Francisco. And Prabhupada encouraged them. Whereas the nature in New York was to criticize them and put them down because they weren't conservative enough. Prabhupada didn't have that mood at all. Instead, he encouraged both. And they were a little wild for me, too, because I wasn't as conservative as a New Yorker, but I was somewhat conservative. But what amazed me was when we went back there, sometime later, we traveled back to San Francisco with Prabhupada. They had completely changed. The chanting had purified them. They were totally different. They were beautiful. I mean, we're talking about Mukunda, Yamuna, Shamsundar, Malati, all these early devotees. Malati was so wild. And they were really heartfelt people, willing to try anything, and they loved Prabhupada, and they were out to do whatever they could.
Swamiji was shot in the early summer 1967 in Srila Prabhupada's apartment at 26 2nd Avenue. He had recently returned to New York from New Jersey and San Francisco. He had had a stroke. He was not in good health, and he decided that he wanted to go to India to recuperate. And we were really distraught because we felt if he goes to India, he's going to stay there. He doesn't want to come back here because it's bad for his health, the cold winters. And we didn't know what to do. We thought, well, we'll never see him again, or if we want to see him, we'll have to go to India. How can we keep him here? Of course, we couldn't keep him there. So the devotees asked me to make a simple documentary, just pictures, moving pictures of Srila Prabhupada. We had photographs to look at. The devotees wanted a film to look at, a movie of Srila Prabhupada, simply something to meditate on so we could feel close to him. And so I asked Srila Prabhupada if I could do that, and he said yes. So I'm simply in his room with him, and he very kindly tolerated my presence there as I made the movie. I didn't direct Srila Prabhupada at all. I didn't ask him or tell him to do anything. I just followed his lead. This was with an 8mm camera, very simple means. And this was the last day that Srila Prabhupada was in New York. He was leaving the next day for India. Kirtanananda was preparing his packing cases to go on the plane. It was bigger than suitcases, they were trunks. You see, this was really our Prabhupada Murti while he was away in India. The devotees would look at this film, we would just chant our rounds, or we would play a tape of Srila Prabhupada singing a bhajan, or have a kirtan while looking at it. So really not much happens in this movie, except we're looking at Prabhupada and he's looking at us. I would have to change rolls of film, and as I did that, one time Srila Prabhupada asked me to show him how the film, which was AGFA, black and white film, high speed, how the film was clipped onto the reel with a little plastic gripper. And Srila Prabhupada asked me to show him how it worked. And after I showed him, he said, "They think of everything." When Srila Prabhupada arrived in India, he was going to India for his health. And when he arrived in India and got off the plane, Kirtanananda, who was with him, who went with him as his servant, said that it was like walking into an oven in a letter that was sent to us, and Kirtanananda's comments were there, and then Srila Prabhupada followed up with his comments, and he said, "I find it quite bracey myself." So that was why he went to India, to get braced up. So it's a pretty simple film, but the beauty of Srila Prabhupada is what makes it fascinating.
I was doing a sign that he asked me to do upstairs in that first place where he was offering arti, a sign of the Hare Krishna mantra, because there was going to be a big program at Tompkins Square Park. So the sign was about 4 or 5 feet on oak tag, and I had to sprawl my whole body across it to reach to the other end. We didn't have easels in those days. So I also apologized to Prabhupada when he came in the room that I'm sorry that I'm offending the holy name. So he told the story of when Krishna had a headache and the gopis took the dust from their feet to put on his head to relieve his headache. And they didn't care if they would go to hell as long as Krishna would be cured. So when I apologized, Prabhupada told me that story, and he said it's fine because it's for service.
He used to sit and turn the globe, and he would meditate on the different countries. And he would say, "Brahmananda, you shall go to Russia. Gorsinder, you shall go to Japan. Somebody else, you shall go to South America." You have to understand, we had no money, we had no manpower, we had nothing. We were a handful of teenagers. 10 people in their early 20s who were rather eccentric, all of us, because we had rejected our cultural values and were following him like a Pied Piper. And he was telling us about these different countries we were going to go to and open temples. He had his plan. It was not haphazardly done. I have a beautiful picture of Prabhupada sitting and turning his globe. He did it a lot. He meditated on the globe. He looked at the different countries. You would see him doing it a lot. And he was planning. He planned the takeover of Russia long before he ever went to Russia. This was like a part of what he knew he had to come to this world and do. We just didn't know what all he was doing. Although sometimes in Montreal, when we had a lot of time and he would talk, he used to talk to me about his different plans. We had no money. We lived in a little flat. We had rats too. There was nothing, and yet he was telling me how he was going to have a world Sankirtan party. And he also told me how he wanted to have a big auditorium where people could come and watch bhajans and hear bhajans and see plays and Krishna conscious things rather than going to the cinemas. He felt the cinemas were drawing people into another world. He had plans of doing this. And when I go to Bombay and I see that great big auditorium, I go, you know, he said he was going to do this. It's just like if I'm a pauper and I tell you I'm going to build Disneyland. And that's what it was like. But I never disbelieved anything he said. I just listened. I was just always like listening to him. And he liked to talk about what he was going to do. And he talked about many things.
Now this painting, which was done by Jadharani, is a painting of Vrindavan. It's the Madan Mohan temple. This is one of the first paintings that Jadharani did. And it's Madan Mohan. Madan Mohan temple that Sanatana Goswami erected for the first deity in Lord Chaitanya's movement. Prabhupada would give her a picture and she would copy that into a painting. Prabhupada, he hung it right above his head. He sat underneath this. So it's the first Western connection, you might say, with Vrindavan. And here's the personification of Vrindavan sitting there.
I did this painting, and then Prabhupada was going back to India in July of '67. And we were all devastated that he was going. But then he looked at this picture and he said, if you look at this picture, then we'll all be together, even though I'm in India. And if you chant Hare Krishna, then we're all packed up tight, even though I'm in India and you're here.
And of course, everybody was a brand new devotee. And nobody really knew much of anything. So there was also a lot of nonsense going on, and there, you know, fighting and things like that. So I became disturbed, and I went to see Prabhupada to complain about some of the things that devotees were doing. And Prabhupada said to me, if you don't like what they are doing, then you set the example. A little later, I again went to see him to complain about devotees, and Srila Prabhupada said, what do you want from them? They are trying to serve Krishna. And the third time was in 1972, I think. I was living in San Francisco, and I wrote Prabhupada a letter just complaining about so many things. And Prabhupada wrote me back, you know, I complain people who do bad things and they're the example and this and that. And Prabhupada said, who said that they're an example? He said, anyway, what are you doing? All you're doing is making money and spending it on your own household life. And he ended the letter and said, the whole movement is meant for, because I had said, I don't understand this movement. Prabhupada said, you've been with me for so many years and you still don't understand. When will you understand? He said, the whole movement is meant for service. Bhakta
here's the Jagannath deities that Shamsundar made. He made 4 sets. When Prabhupada came to the airport, we had to collect the baggage. We walked over to the baggage place where the baggage came out. These big wooden crates came, and Prabhupada pointed. There was his suitcase, but then he said also these wooden crates. Of course, we had no idea what was in them. Neither did we ask. And we brought the crates back. So these crates were in the next room, and Prabhupada told us to go and open the crates. So we went and opened the crates, and there were these Jagannath deities. But we had never seen Jagannath in New York, because, you know, Jagannath came from San Francisco, Puri. Just as Prabhupada made Vrindavan in New York, he made San Francisco Puri. So we look at these Jagannath deities, we can't figure out, I mean, it's not Krishna. What is it? And then somebody was saying, making jokes that these look like North American Indian, it's a totem pole. And there's 3 parts to the totem pole. So we were trying to figure out which one is on top, which one is in the middle, which one is on the bottom to make the totem pole. That's what we were thinking. There's the ladder that I was painting the apartment with. I didn't quite finish. And then Prabhupada walked in and he saw us. And we were like joking, like, wow, this is really far out, an Indian totem pole. And then Prabhupada said, this is Lord Jagannath, the Lord of the universe. Bow down. And everybody, boom, hit the floor. That's how Prabhupada introduced Jagannath worship. So those deities were worshipped, but we had drunks coming into the storefront and so on. It wasn't proper to have them available or vulnerable, you know. So we kept them in the apartment and worshipped there.
Srila Prabhupada had been leading these Sankirtans in Tompkins Square Park at the beginning, and then when he was away in India and San Francisco, the devotees continued on their own. This Lord Jagannath doll, really, or it isn't really a deity, but a little doll of Lord Jagannath, and the devotees at one point all had them hanging around their necks. And we had a lot of questions to Srila Prabhupada, like, is it all right to go into the bathroom with Lord Jagannath hanging around your neck? And he said you should take him off before you go into the bathroom. And so we had some very basic questions about etiquette at that point. We didn't know anything.
The devotees had seen in a 2nd volume of Prabhupada's Bhagavatam, there was a verse and a purport. In the purport, it was written in verse form. It was names of Krishna. Hey Krishna Govinda Hare Murari, Hey Nata Narayana Vasudeva. And in the purport, Prabhupada was explaining that Krishna is all of those in one. So we thought this was a mantra of some kind, and there were obviously names of Krishna, so we started chanting it. We put it to music, of course, with all of the various instruments. And we were singing it, it was kind of like a hootenanny. I mean, we were really having a ball chanting this new, because this was at the beginning. There were not very many mantras other than Hare Krishna. So we were singing this and having a great time. When Prabhupada arrived, we all bowed down and paid obeisances, and he got on the Vyasasana, and he spoke to us and said, oh, who has given you this mantra? And somebody said, oh, we saw this in your Bhagavatam, Prabhupada. And he said, this should not be chanted. He said, this is not bona fide. And we were just, talk about thunderstruck. We were so bewildered. And he proceeded to explain, he said that even their names of Krishna, unless the mantra is given by the disciplic succession, it shouldn't be chanted, even though they're names of Krishna. And there's a verse like that saying that it has to become from the Sampradaya. So right after that, then he said, oh, so you want another mantra to chant? And everybody just spontaneously said, yes, yeah, and everybody kind of cheered. So he started singing Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda. And then he introduced it in kirtan.
So about a week or so before Prabhupada arrived, I put up hundreds of these flyers all over the city on lampposts and billboards and in stores and any place I could, advertising Prabhupada's Bhakti Yoga and Bhagavad Gita classes.
Prabhupada always had his trunk as his desk. Wherever we went, he had his Indian trunk, and all of his stuff would fit in it, and then we would move to another city. And then whenever we got to whatever room we were going to be in, then I would take all his stuff out of his trunk and arrange his room, and his trunk was his desk. That's just how we lived. It was normal. And he would sit on the floor. So I would commonly spend 2-3 hours a day sitting in front of him taking dictation of letters, because often Prabhupada would just talk. But you see, there weren't so many letters in those days. There were maybe 10 a day, sometimes less. And so there was time, and he would talk about everything. Trains and buses, and which is better, trains or buses, about tigers, about all kinds of things. He would sit and talk. One of the sweetest times was in the evening when Gorsinder would give him massage, because all the work for the day had been done. And I would sit at the doorway and listen. We were like a family. It was just, he used to say, we've become just like a family. He used to tell me, my mother died at an early age. Krishna has sent you to be my mother. And actually, I was only 21 years old, or 20 years old, and he was the age of my grandfather, because he was in his 70s. When I would rent an apartment for him, I would just tell the landlord I'm getting it for my grandfather.
Once they called him he was coming, and Jadharani, who was not much of a cook, asked him if he would be eating before he came, or whether they should have something for him to eat when he arrived. And so Prabhupada said, I am just like a cow. I can eat in one pasture and then eat in another pasture also.
That's Damodar offering obeisances with the camera. See, that's devotional filmmaking.
During that Boston trip, almost every week, new faces used to show up from New York. All the New York devotees would come up, Brahmananda, Rai Rama, Rupanuga. And the Boston temple had always been a small temple, like 3 people, 2 people, 5 people, 6 people, but never more than about 5 or 6. But during Prabhupada's visit there, it was just packed with mostly New York devotees. I remember the day after the Brahmin initiation, we were all went on a walk. I was also there. And I quipped, Boston Brahmins. Ah, yes, Boston Brahmins. There were 6 of us that got sacred thread in the first initiation, 6 men, and no women. Then they raised a fuss, and they didn't show up. They were so angry that they weren't going to get second initiation. They didn't come.
Gursinder really wanted this Gayatri mantra, so he talked to Prabhupada about it. He was reading all kinds of things, And so Prabhupada agreed to give him Gayatri mantra and give him second initiation. And so I met him on the street, and he had his hair all shaved off. That really bothered me. But that night, he had the Gayatri mantra initiation. And I was upset, because he was going to give Gursinder a mantra, but he wasn't going to give it to me. So I felt very left out. So when it came time to go for the initiation ceremony, I said, well, I'm not feeling very well, so I'm not going to go. I was pouting. And then after they left, I thought to myself, what am I doing? I don't want to be not there. So I ran out the door and ran the 10 blocks all the way to the temple and burst into the temple. And Prabhupada was sitting there giving the initiation. And he looked up and he said, ah, Govindadasi, I was wondering how you could stay away. You love to hear me speak so much. Because he wanted me to come. But I was mad. I was very upset about this. And so because I was a little upset, he decided that the girls also should have Gayatri mantra. Radharani was more upset. And so he gave us initiation the next evening with the Gayatri mantra, because he knew that in this country, the girls and the boys are educated in the same way.
On this particular day, he took us downtown, where he went when he first got off the Jaladuta boat, because the captain was doing some shopping, so he took Prabhupada in. Prabhupada was pointing out different places that he remembered. And the next day, Prabhupada took all the devotees for a tour of where he first landed. I was in the back and I ran up so that I could walk right next to him. And he turned to me and he said, if the jackals glorify you, what's the benefit? In other words, don't try and get material glorification. And then he said, because the nature of any big city is that things are being broken down and things are being built up. He said, building and breaking, building and breaking. So we have to stop this building and breaking, and we have to break with Maya and build with Krishna.
Prabhupada would arrive, I think, by taxi. But in the meantime, the devotees were chanting in the temple there at 95 Glenville Avenue, deep in kirtan. And there would be all this frankincense. The whole room was full of smoke. When Prabhupada would come in, we were literally in ecstasy. You cannot conceive of the impact that Prabhupada had on us. Prabhupada's every move and every gesture, he was just floating in ecstasy. And we could perceive that bliss that Prabhupada was in. And I remember he got up on the Vyasasana and he said, the secret is to be praying while we're chanting the name of Krishna. Please, Krishna, just place me in the society of your service.
All along, everyone knew him as Swamiji. This is up until May of 1968. And so Gursinder decided he wanted to call me Govindaji, and so he asked Prabhupada, and Prabhupada said, no, actually Ji is a third-class form of address. It's better not to call her Govindaji. So I piped up, I was sitting right in front of him, and I said, well, if it's a third-class form of address, why are we calling you Ji? Why are we calling you Swamiji? And he said, it's not very important. I said, oh, no, it's very important. If it's a third-class form of address, then we don't want to call you that. We want to call you most first-class form of address. So tell us what would be a good name for us to call you by. And he was very humble, very reluctant. But I pressed him. We've got to change this. And he said, you can call me Gurudev or Guru Maharaj or Prabhupada. So I said, well, that's 3. We need 1. And so I said, well, which one is the best? And he answered, Srila Prabhupada is nice. That is the best. So I said, from today, you will be called Srila Prabhupada. And so I told all the devotees. Some of the devotees didn't like it because it kind of is a tongue twister, Prabhupada. And Swamiji kind of flows more easily. But we gradually started calling him Srila Prabhupada from that time.
A total of about 15 people who immediately after the festival moved into the temple in San Francisco. The temple was just a very narrow storefront with Dutch-style doors that Shamasundar had built. So a great family environment. There was no Mangalarti in those days. There were no books in those days. So it was actually the power of the chanting of the holy name and the incredible charisma of the Rath Yatra festival that was drawing the devotees into the temple.
This is actually the second Rath Yatra festival in San Francisco. The first one, held in 1967, was just on the back of a rented truck, a Hertz truck. This is the first actual Rath Yatra in the Western world done with a cart, which Jayananda and myself built along with a couple of other devotees. We're bending redwood struts for the canopies. The entire cart was made out of redwood that we got very cheaply from a wrecking company which was demolishing old homes in San Francisco. And we sanded every board so that it looked like new wood. You can't find wood like this anymore. And we formed it over many weeks of effort in the parking lot next to the temple on Frederick Street. We built it purposely low to fit below the wires, and in those days they had electric trolleys still on the streets in San Francisco. In those days the carts were one of a kind. When the parade was finished, they were dismantled in place and the wood was hauled off and disposed of. And Malati and the other girls sewed the cloth covering.
That year was the first year that Lord Jagannath ever wore clothes. Srila Prabhupada told us that we had to make clothes for him, and he drew a little picture. And I remember Shamsundar said he was like shocked. He goes, because he was very proud of how carefully he painted the deities. He goes, and cover up the paint job. But Jamuna and Harsharani, they immediately came to the grips with the task, making beautiful outfits and turbans.
The very, very first clothing or decoration that was given to Lord Jagannath was, of course, given by Srila Prabhupada. And that wasn't in June of 1968, but that was in December of 1967 when Srila Prabhupada returned from India after recuperation from his heart attack. And Srila Prabhupada came off the plane with his danda. First time we'd seen Srila Prabhupada with his sannyas raj. And hanging off of his sannyas raj was a little saffron pouch. And we thought how curious that was, because we thought that the rod you held in front of you, but Srila Prabhupada had this rod over his shoulder, and the little pouch was on the end. At any rate, we brought him to the Willard Street apartment. So when Srila Prabhupada sat down in the front room, he had his suitcases opened. He had brought gifts for all the ladies. Every lady had a sari. And he brought our temple the first gift of a coconut grater. But in the little bag, he opened it up and wrapped it and unfolded it. And inside were 3 silken malas, the kind that you get at a deity store. For the small deities, of course, these are very, very thin, maybe 1/4 of an inch wide. But these malas that Srila Prabhupada bought were a good 1.5 inches thick. But because they were in this little bag, they were all crunched up and actually quite unattractive looking because they had been a little bit damaged. So naturally we had never seen anything like that. What was it? So Swamiji explained that these were decorations that we could offer to Lord Jagannath. And in fact, Lord Jagannath, we could even make clothes for him. So what kind of clothes would you make? Doesn't he already have clothes on? Isn't that what the painting is that's on the deity? No, he said that's one kind of painting. You'll find deities will be sometimes painted, sometimes there'll be carving on the deities that will show that it's jewelry or clothing, but no, you can make clothes. So what kind of clothes do you make for a deity like Jagannath? So Prabhupada said, here's what you do. So he said he wears a turban, and he wears a shawl, and they wear like little skirt. So then he asked for volunteers who would sew. So Harsharani and Yamuna decided, well, we will volunteer. So for this 1968 Rath Yatra, we were working with the builders, and when they gave us the drawing, we had come up with this very, very handsome, already made and pleated series of umbrellas, almost like umbrellas that went around these outpourings of these cupolas in this wonderful bright cloth of saffron and gold. Now Jagannath, Subhadra, and Balaram were in red satin, and you can see the pictures of them. We even managed to get some wonderful garlands of fragrant flowers for this, red turbans.
Jayananda planned the car and built the car, and subsequently every year he was known as Mr. Rath Yatra. He would not sleep before the festival, and each year it improved the decoration from 1 car to 3. This was the first car that he built, and it's so beautiful. This became and has remained a San Francisco tradition. On this day is a special day for Lord Jagannath, and this is acknowledged by the officials of San Francisco.
One very exciting thing about this Rath Yatra festival for me was this prayer, Gauranga Balite Habe Pulaka Sharira. This bhajan. This bhajan was the theme, practically, when there wasn't a kirtan going on by one of the disciples. This bhajan was played over a little megaphone system of Prabhupada singing it, and it sometimes played on the cart if somebody wasn't leading in between kirtans. At the end of the procession, when the cart was at the beach, this bhajan of Prabhupada played for hours and hours, the devotees said. I remember just the short time that I was at the beach, that when the wind would move back and forth, it would catch the sound of this magnificent prayer, and in my mind it's always been the theme of our 1968 Rath Yatra festival, of Lord Chaitanya's longing for Krishna. And I remember that when we were at an ocean kirtan one night, at the very end of the prayers, after he said Jaya Tulsi Devi, and he said, all glories to the Pacific Ocean. And we said, Hare Krishna. And he said, all glories to the Pacific Ocean. Hare Krishna, all glories to the Pacific Ocean. And he had his hands raised when he was facing the ocean. And it was the most, I think it was the only time that I can remember Prabhupada adding something other than our classic prayers to the end of kirtan. But it moved us all. We were thinking how liberal Swamiji was, that he was appreciating the place that we were at and the majesty of it.
I was living in the Bay Area at the time, basically as a hippie. But I always had aspirations to understand transcendence. Therefore, I didn't really consider myself a hippie, but I considered myself a seeker. And when I heard that there was the Rath Yatra festival being held by the Hare Krishna devotees, through Golden Gate Park in 1968. I made up my mind to try to get there. And I think I walked the whole way, which is why I ended up being late. So I must have walked several miles, because I came at the end of the festival and I saw Lord Jagannath looking out at the ocean. Now, I had visited the temple a few times, but it was the moment that I saw Lord Jagannath gazing out into the ocean that somehow some eternal quality was sparked. And at that moment, I became a devotee.
Long towards summer, Prabhupada went to Montreal, and I wrote to him and begged forgiveness for my offenses and told him I couldn't forget him, and couldn't forget Krishna consciousness, and I wanted to surrender to him. He wrote back and said, "Oh, my dear son, how have I ever lost you? I've been crying to Krishna, how have I lost Kirtanananda?" And he invited us to come and visit him in Montreal. We did, and he embraced me very warmly and said, "Now it is confirmed that we cannot be separated."
One morning, one of the devotees asked me to bring over some boga to Srila Prabhupada's, where he was staying, and so I walked over there with the groceries, and I knocked real softly on the door, and Himavati opened the door, just a little crack, and I handed her the boga, and the corner of my eye, and I looked down through the crack, I saw Srila Prabhupada sitting and chanting japa. And Srila Prabhupada asked Himavati, "Who's at the door?" And Himavati said, "Kanchabala came to bring boga." And then Prabhupada said, "Tell her to come in." So I came in, and I didn't expect it at all. It was just really a wonderful surprise, and I just like fell down, bowed down, and offered obeisances. And Prabhupada told me to sit down, and we chanted japa together. That was real nice.
So when Prabhupada came, they rented him a small room, and I got the opportunity to spend, oh, maybe it was 5 days with Prabhupada. And it was just a room, and it sort of had a little side alcove where there was a sink and a place where you could cook something. So I slept under that sink and in that area. The first night I was so nervous I couldn't sleep. About 1 in the morning, I heard Prabhupada rustling and getting up. And he didn't turn on the light or anything. And he started chanting on his beads. So I wondered, what should I do? Should I get up or pretend I'm sleeping? I didn't know what I should do. So I didn't do anything. I pretended I was sleeping. But the next day, the same thing happened. I was so nervous I couldn't sleep again. So when Prabhupada got up and started chanting, then I also made myself known. So Prabhupada, he turned on the light and he said, "Oh, you're up?" I said, "Well, Prabhupada, I'm so nervous I haven't been able to sleep." And he said, "Oh, that's good, very good." He said, I think sleeping is a waste of time." He said, "I don't like to sleep." He said, "And I don't like my disciples to sleep." Then he said, "Practically speaking, our aim is to make eating 0, sleeping 0, sex 0, and defense 0. We don't say that, but that is the aim."
The Montreal temple, was going very well, but we always had a difficult time paying the monthly rent. And there was some danger that they would lose the temple at one point because they just didn't have the rent money. And Prabhupada actually proposed the idea to me and Pradyumna that we should go out and meet people in the Indian community and explain to them that we're trying to establish this Radha Krishna temple here and maintain this temple, and that we would like their support and help. But in any case, Pradyumna and I didn't actually follow up that instruction. I think that we just didn't know how to go about doing it. But one thing that I did know how to do, I knew how to sort of go out and raise money at an airport. I mean, I was just a young boy, 17. I remember being short on my airline fare a couple of times, and I didn't know what to do, so I just started asking people, could you spare a buck? I'm, $5 short on my flight. And sort of miraculously, people were kind enough to give me a few dollars. And here I was, I had absolutely no skill. I went out and went to the airport, and I just started doing that, and I managed to raise a few $100s. And I gave it to the temple for the rent, and I wasn't even aware that Prabhupada knew about it, really. But about 4 or 5 years later, just out of the blue, Prabhupada said to me, he said, I remember when you raised the money to save the Montreal temple. And I was so touched to realize that Prabhupada had this memory of me, that I had done some service to help save the temple. And it just really surprised me, because I had no idea that Prabhupada was aware of that, or that he would remember that. I'll never forget, in so many ways, Prabhupada always expressed such kindness and love for his disciples.
Janardhan arranged one time for Prabhupada to go speak to the professors at McGill University. They had a faculty meeting or something, so Prabhupada went to join them for dinner. Prabhupada doesn't eat dinner with people who eat meat and stuff, but he said, I'm not supposed to do this, but he says, it's for preaching, I'll go. See, after Boston, Prabhupada went to Montreal, and he spent the whole summer there. Actually, he had to go there because his visa was finished, and he had to leave the country. And it was uncertain even whether Prabhupada would be able to ever return to the United States. And Allen Ginsberg was helping, Ramananda had Ginsberg working with lawyers to try to get his. And they said the only way he can do this is if he leaves the country. He has to leave the country to make a new visa application. And it has to be 3 months at least. So Prabhupada established in Montreal, and he said, it's okay. Doesn't matter, we get it, we don't get it, then I'll make Montreal the world headquarters. And a lot of devotees came up for the summer, and then it was under application. And then about in August sometime it came through, he got it.
This building is the first temple they had in Buffalo. It was LaSalle Avenue, not far from the university. I saw the devotees there, and they were advertising the Sunday feast, and I used to see them in some of the classrooms at night with cartels and burning incense, and I was very kind of curious about them. There was a class offered that was called Introduction to Vedic Literature. So Rupanuga presented this class on Krishna consciousness.
Rupanuga Prabhu had invited him because he was giving a bhakti yoga class at the university there, the University of Buffalo. Srila Prabhupada stayed around a week. He was staying at Rupanuga Prabhu's house, and he gave lectures at different universities there, and also at the University of Buffalo, and he gave classes daily at the temple there. And as soon as I joined the temple, I had become a Pujari. Actually, they made me the head Pujari the day I moved into the temple, although I wasn't so sure what the names of the deities were. And I became the treasurer. I was a student at the University of Buffalo. I was also a devotee. We used to go with our full dhoti and tilak, shaven head, to school. But in the morning when I wasn't going to the university, I'd spend it with Prabhupada, listening to him. So I'd spend practically every morning with him. One time I was trying to see Prabhupada's effulgence because I was practicing Hatha Yoga, and Prabhupada immediately looked at me and he said, our method is bhakti and not mystic yoga. So then I could understand that Prabhupada was quite perceptive. He gave very nice instructions. One time he stopped when he was talking to us, because sometimes it would be for a period of time, maybe a couple of hours. So every once in a while he'd stop and pick up his beads and start chanting. He said, if you ever have time, then chant. I remember one instruction he gave me, he said that don't try and teach your god brothers lessons. Prabhupada was giving one lecture at a university, and during that time one person crawled up to Prabhupada and said, Prabhupada, how far down do you have to get in order to see God? How humble do you have to get, more or less? And he was crawling up to Prabhupada. Later on he became initiated by Prabhupada. His name was Kushakrata Prabhu. It's quite an unusual personality at that time, but by Prabhupada's mercy and by the mercy of the Association of Devotees, he became a Sanskrit editor.
That record went everywhere, the first record of Hare Krishna. Nobody rehearsed it, and it went so smooth. The Happening record, there was a very hip station in those days. It's called WBAI. And there was a guy on it all night from 11 o'clock until 8 o'clock. And it was the most popular night station. I went up there with the record. He used to do Far Out Things, this guy. And he played it nonstop until the next morning, over and over. People called in and said, hey, that's cool, we love it, you know. And he did it.
He was talking about Krishna in the forest of Vrindavan. And he would close his eyes and he would get massaged and he would talk about Krishna. And he would describe how they do not know Krishna is God. The cowherd boys are coming home from the forest and say, oh, mother, Krishna killed one very big demon today. Hey, Krishna is so wonderful. And they are not knowing he is God. They are simply thinking Krishna is so wonderful. And whenever he would talk like this, when he would stop, you wouldn't know where you were. You had been transported to some other loka. You have to remember your identity and who you were and where it was transporting. His power to transport you was there. And I got very addicted to that sweetness, that transcendental sweetness. One time he was talking about how there's no fear. Krishna is playing leapfrog with the boys, and they have no fear. They're just playing, and all of a sudden you experience no fear, and you realize you're always fearing. And you don't even know it, but in the back of your mind you're always fearing. And for a few moments you experience no fear. Kartikeya was telling me, it was such an amazing experience. For a few moments, I felt fearless. And this way, when he would talk about Vrindavan, you would be there. He was in Leela. He was seeing everything. But you couldn't see it, but you could feel it. And so I got very addicted to that. So then when he went off to India, the whole time he was in India, I prayed to Lord Jagannath. Lord Jagannath, we had one murti in Montreal. I was there for 6 months. And I prayed, please let me take care of Swamiji when he comes back from India. So while Prabhupada was in India, he wrote me a letter. I wrote him a letter expressing that desire. He wrote me a letter back saying, I shall build a house in Vrindavan where you and your husband can come from all your days. At the end of the letter, he wrote, I know your mind. He knew everything I was thinking. He heard my prayers. He knew everything I was thinking. So when he came back, that desire was fulfilled. He allowed me to be with him, to serve him for that whole year, which was very sweet, because it was just in the time before the organization took off in a very big way. And at that time, Prabhupada was still kind of not completely well from his stroke. He was having some difficulty. So it was kind of like I would kind of mother him and he would kind of father us. We were like children, but we were like a family. Everything was out of love. And that's a rare, sweet time that I think he also thinks is very special.
I took this walk with Purushottam and Jadharani and Srila Prabhupada, and it was snowing, and there were a couple of teenage girls, young teenage girls, standing across the street, and they had on mini skirts, and like I said, it was snowing. So Jadharani and I naturally were glancing across the street thinking it was very odd for these two young teenage girls to have mini skirts on in the snow. And the teenage girls were looking across the street at Jadharani and I at having these saris on. So Srila Prabhupada noted the humor, and he said, "You're looking at them and they are looking at you." He said, "Their austerity is for sex life and your austerity is for Krishna."
Okay, it's the late summer of '68, the full nectarine, and Nayana Baram and I cooperated in making this film. He concentrated on the acting and the costumes and finding some of the sets. Most of the film was shot in the Brooklyn Botanical Gardens, and here we have a devotee dressed up as Krishna. This particular aspect of the film, earlier on, had been a cause of some agitation because we had two brahmacharinis. These two brahmacharinis are supposed to be gopis. So we're showing a little scene from Vrindavan. Here's Radha and Krishna walking through the woods of Vrindavan. Before making this film, these same two brahmacharinis had been made up in the same way, and we had gone to the same place. We told Srila Prabhupada, who was not in New York at the time, what we had done with two devotees dressed up like Radha and Krishna and how we were worshiping them. And Srila Prabhupada blew his stack at us. He said that was the greatest offense of all. And we were just stricken with despair. But somehow we recovered, and Srila Prabhupada allowed us to do the same thing again later on for this movie, but with a new understanding that these people, of course, were not Radha and Krishna.
We took Prabhupada here for a stroll, and he said, "This is just like Vrindavan." And after that, we called the Brooklyn Botanical Gardens Brooklyn Vrindavan. He was talking about how all these desire to make parks, urban parks and botanic gardens, things like that, it's a sublimation of our desire to recreate Vrindavan. And we actually did do that by having this tableau. And the two girls that played Radha and Krishna, they were actually sisters, Indira and Ekayani. Indira played Krishna and Ekayani, her sister, played Radharani. They lived outside the temple. After the girl that played Krishna took a bite out of the fruit, then we took it as prasadam. At the time, Damodar, I think he had been an underground filmmaker before he joined the movement. And I was studying filmmaking at Columbia University at the time. So Damodar and I worked together, and Prabhupada gave us an instruction that he wanted a movie made of the Bhagavad Gita, including battle scenes of the Mahabharata and elephants and so. He spent a whole session telling us how the movie should be made. Prabhupada said when the time comes he would direct it, and I never quite understood what he meant by that, maybe through Super Soul or whether he would do it personally. But he did speak at length about it. But he was very serious, and we took that instruction very seriously for some time, and Damodar and I used to go out of the temple and watch normal movies because we thought that would help us, or maybe we rationalized that way, that we could only fulfill Prabhupada's instructions by being cognizant with contemporary filmmaking.
And I remember Srila Prabhupada came down from his quarters, and we were all going to go to the Brooklyn Botanical Gardens together. So there was a car. I don't know how I got to ride in the car again, but I was in the back seat, and The two devotees dressed up like Radha and Krishna were in the back seat. Brahmananda was there, Srila Prabhupada was there, and a driver. And the devotee was dressed up like Krishna asked Srila Prabhupada if she could fan Prabhupada, and Prabhupada said no. The devotee never accepts service from Krishna. So he was playing along, though later we found out we were not doing the right thing. And also, before we got in the car, he had come down from his quarters and we were standing on the sidewalk. We had made enough garlands for Srila Prabhupada and Radha and Krishna. But one garland got lost or something, so we put a garland on Krishna and then went to put one on Srila Prabhupada. And as we were putting it on, he was taking it off and putting it on the devotee dressed like Radharani.
When Prabhupada saw how disappointed we were, he saved the situation by saying, well, I can understand by this impulse that you want to know about the spiritual world, Radha and Krishna, Goloka. I will explain it to you. And then he just sat down and he started reciting the Brahma Samhita prayers and gave a very elaborate explanation of those prayers, the Chintamani Dham and Radha and Krishna, how they look, how they appear, what they do. He transported us to Goloka by his consciousness. When he finished, we were leaving Brooklyn Botanical Gardens. Prabhupada ordered me, this place is very nice, and this will make a very nice location for a temple. And we want to build a temple. So you arrange to get this land donated. We'll make it a very nice temple. But Prabhupada had such a high vision that he would try for. So I had to do it. This park is a municipal park by the city of New York.
The film Guru Dev was shot in the spring of 1969. We were waiting for Srila Prabhupada to arrive in New York at the airport. The chair was prepared for him, a Vyasasana of sorts, and everybody was gathered. United flight came in. The kirtan got ecstatic. There's Subal, there's Kanchan Bala and Leela Sukha. And Srila Prabhupada arrived. Of course, there was a great deal of commotion. I couldn't get right at him immediately, but there he is, walking down the aisle. And of course, a furious kirtan going on. Everybody else in the airport wondering what was happening. Srila Prabhupada is arriving from Los Angeles. These airport arrivals were certainly the most ecstatic and intense times because we had been away from him, he had been away from us, and the preparations were frantic and everybody's rushing out to get there on time and waiting, and the plane arrives, and then Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet make their landing on our ground, and we were so happy. The camera that I used couldn't compensate for the strong lighting in back of Srila Prabhupada, so when I was at that angle, you get a silhouette. I tried to get that word united on the tail of the plane in the shots because once again we were united with Srila Prabhupada, and that was our life.
And now he's sitting there in New York, and he said things like, you could chant any name of God, either Allah or any name of God that's bona fide. But because we're followers of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we chant the Hare Krishna mantra.
There was a whole bunch of us waiting at this one gate, and all of a sudden somebody saw Prabhupada coming from this other gate. And he said, oh, Srila Prabhupada's coming from over there, and we all ran to greet Srila Prabhupada. And we fell down at his lotus feet. I was a new devotee, so I didn't know how long you're supposed to stay down. So I stayed down for quite a while, and then I kind of peeked my head up to see if everybody had gotten up yet. Everyone was up, and Prabhupada was standing right over above me. I looked up into his lotus eyes, and he went and patted my head. So I got up. So that was my first memory of Prabhupada. I was initiated by mail probably a few months before he had come to New York.
Between the heads and shoulders of the people just in the terminal, I caught intermittent glimpses of Prabhupada. I had never seen him, his actual form, and I was, my senses were not very disturbed. I had not been a drug taker. I maybe experimented with each of the available drugs at the time once, but otherwise I was a trained observer, physiology labs and so on. But I was certain he was not walking like an ordinary person. If you look at their head, it'd be sort of bobbing. He was moving smoothly like a, like a swan or other water bird floating on the water. That was my first glimpse of him. And at that time, actually, I saw, he was effulgent. And that was the first time I'd ever seen any effulgence like that. It was real. I hadn't had any vision like that in dreams or any religious experiences like that. It was as real as I see this door. And as I say, I was a trained observer. And then paid obeisances, and rising up from the obeisances, I looked up and he was looking at me with that penetrating look that gave the one being looked at the understanding that this great personality sees our soul. In retrospect, we were so receptive. You see such nice faces, as Prabhupada says, but actually we had no position, no power, no use until Prabhupada joined us to him.
But I remember one time when I did go to the airport with Prabhupada and I was distributing prasadam, and we were having a kirtan, and the airport authorities made us stop. And I was at first distributing prasadam to the non-devotees who were onlooking. When I stopped our kirtan, Prabhupada was a little bit peeved, and he told me to come over with the prasadam and distribute the prasadam to the devotees instead of to the onlookers. And he said, charity begins at home. You see those garlands, they were all gardenias. And we heard from the devotees on the West Coast that Prabhupada liked gardenias because they were very fragrant. So I used to buy the flowers for the temple, and we used to go to the flower shops and buy day-old gardenias, which were cheaper. Even though they were cheaper, they were more fragrant because I think Prabhupada had mentioned that a flower smells sweetest when it's dying. They weren't as fragrant when they were fresh, but they were more fragrant when they were older. And Prabhupada said that the flowers that didn't have a fragrance were useless Kali Yuga flowers, so therefore he liked gardenias. Whereas some of those carnations that we put in this garland were not very fragrant.
Srila Prabhupada got in the car in the airport and went back to Manhattan. Srila Prabhupada's apartment was still at 26 2nd Avenue. And the devotees had repainted it and refinished it and redid the floors, so it was all gleaming and beautiful. Srila Prabhupada walked up the stairs. His apartment was on the 2nd floor. And as he looked in the door into the apartment, he turned to us and said, "My old home." And that really made us happy. And we had painted the ceiling blue to look like the sky. And it was a wonderful reunion.
I remember that globe that Prabhupada had in his room in 26 2nd Avenue. And I remember one time I was there with Prabhupada, and he looked at the globe. I think he may have spun it a little bit. And he said, if they only knew my plans, they would put me away. They would lock me up. Because he was talking about plans to expand the movement all over the world. And at that time, there were no branches in foreign countries. And it was just like, kind of like a joke. Somebody would go to Russia, somebody would go to China, somebody would go to England. And we'd all used to dream about it. We never really thought that the movement would expand beyond the hippie enclaves in New York and San Francisco and some college campuses. And even then, yeah, there was one college campus in Buffalo that Rupanuga Prabhu was running a center at, which was very successful. But we never really dreamed that Hare Krishna would be popular with college students, because we thought it would only appeal to dropouts. I never thought that the movement was going to expand beyond the counterculture. And 61 Second Avenue, before we took it over, was a tuxedo parlor. So we retained those three-way mirrors and made alcoves out of them, and I think we put the Vyasa sign in one of the alcoves. There was one letter where Brahmananda wrote to Prabhupada about the tuxedo palace, and he still called it a palace, when it was hardly a palace. Prabhupada wrote one of the letters, Brahmananda has found me a palace.
The New York devotees had just acquired this new temple, the second New York temple at 61 Second Avenue. And they were writing to Prabhupada telling him that the new temple was just like a palace. And I was feeling a lot of anxiety about this, because I was thinking, Prabhupada's coming and he's going to be so disappointed when he sees this temple. They're telling him it's just like a palace, but it's just another storefront. It's a little bit nicer than the first storefront, but it's just another storefront. And I was thinking he's going to be angry, he'll be so disappointed, it's going to be horrible. And so Prabhupada came in and he sat on the Vyasa-san and he said, I prayed to Krishna to send me one moon, but Krishna has sent me so many moon-like boys and girls. That's what he said.
I remember one lecture Prabhupada gave there. He began saying Om Morgana Timirandasya, and then he just stopped. Timirandasya, and he just lectured on that. He had his Bhagavatam open to lecture on the Bhagavatam verse, but he didn't lecture on that verse. He lectured on Om Morgana Timirandasya. He didn't go beyond that. The importance of the spiritual mastery. There was one gentleman, an elderly gentleman, who walked one day into the temple, and he had a letter from Prabhupada. And the letter said that, Dear Mr. Such and Such, so when I come to New York, you can come see me. Okay. Brahmananda had me take him over to Prabhupada's apartment, and a block or so away. And the man was very respectful. He was connected with a yoga society in New York. He said to Srila Prabhupada, Swamiji, I like your movement very much, but one thing is that one of your disciples said that Swami such and such is a rascal. And it always seemed to me that he was a very holy man, and I don't understand why your disciple would say that you said that he's a rascal. And Prabhupada said that, who has said this? And the man said, you didn't say? Prabhupada said, if they say that I have said, and I have not said, then they are rascal. And then the man was pacified. Then Prabhupada said a few things, and Prabhupada pulled a book out of his bookshelf, a small hardbound blue book, and opened it up and gave it to the man. He said, you know this book? The man looked at it, oh, Swami such and such, Dr. such and such, oh, Vedanta Society, oh yes. And he was quite pleased at seeing something that he was familiar with. And Prabhupada opened it up and he said, read the translation. The man read the translation. Always think of me, devote yourself to me, worship me, offer your homage to me. Prabhupada said, yes, he has done it nicely. He is a very good scholar. Then the commentary, what does he say? The man began reading. It is not to Krishna that we have to surrender, but to the unborn, impersonal something something. Prabhupada said, just see. Therefore I say they are all rascals. And then Prabhupada began explaining why such persons were rascals. He quoted, of course, Namam Duskrita Namudha Prapadyante Naradama Maya Pratagyana Asura Bhavamashita. that they're the miscreants, lowest of mankind. Their knowledge is stolen by illusion. They're demonic. Because just see, Krishna is saying me, and they're saying not Krishna. Therefore I say. Then Prabhupada said that sometimes strong words are needed to arouse a sleeping man. And then Prabhupada said, anyway, it is not my saying, it is Krishna's saying. And Prabhupada gave a dismissive sort of shrug. He said, what can I do? Prabhupada did one initiation at 61 2nd Avenue. So Prabhupada was walking to his apartment. And there's still a photo of Srila Prabhupada walking, surrounded by devotees chanting and dancing. And they're having a really ecstatic kirtan. The fire yajna is completed, everybody's initiated, people have their names. And Prabhupada's walking back to his apartment with his usual aristocratic gait, with his head slightly raised. Everyone's chanting. Prabhupada didn't say anything. Then Prabhupada just said, we have increased the disciplic succession from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
There were these girls that, in the New York temple. They were living at home, and they would come to the temple. They were going to high school, and they were really nice girls. Prabhupada wanted them to stay in school and stay with their families, and they would come to the temple. And I was more of a hippie. I had left home. I was in a different situation. So these girls, when Prabhupada would come, they seemed very juvenile to me, but they really loved Prabhupada. And when he would come, they would scream and treat him like a rock and roll star. I was really quite embarrassed by it, but they were very loving and very devoted. So Prabhupada would come in and they would go, Swamiji, Swamiji, and scream and yell. And then at one point Prabhupada called them into his room and he said, you are the children of the society, so therefore you must be very grave.
Saradiya and I were married in May of '69, and shortly thereafter I returned to New York because I was studying bookbinding at the time to help set up the ISKCON press. And I was very stunned when I was told that Prabhupada wanted us to stay in his quarters. There was an apartment behind 26 2nd Avenue. Those were considered the most holy places by all of us because that was where Prabhupada had his rooms. And although Prabhupada was not there in New York at the time, those were Prabhupada's rooms. And yet Prabhupada instructed that me and Saradiya, having just recently been married and needing a place to stay, should stay in his rooms. And that deeply impressed me that he was willing to suggest that. And indeed we did stay there. We stayed there for probably a month or two in the summer of '69.
He was looking around the room on one of these evenings and he said, I want each one of you to open a temple. I want each and every one of you to open a temple. And because I'm a very impetuous person, and I was more impetuous then because I was only 16 years old. So I said, even the girls, Swamiji? He said, yes, why not? There is no difference. And he said, in Nityananda's absence, Janava Devi was preaching like anything. There is no difference between boys and girls. That was very sweet.
I was very late for my wedding. Srila Prabhupada was going to marry Advaita and I that day. And I walked in and I had my hair down, which I didn't know you weren't supposed to do. And Srila Prabhupada, he looked at me and he said, Balai is looking like the goddess of fortune. And then he married us. And after the marriage ceremony and the installation ceremony, Srila Prabhupada was sitting on the Vyasasana and he was eating a popper. And he broke the popper into several pieces and he said, all glories to the provider of prasadam, all glories to the preparer of prasadam, and all glories to the eater of prasadam.
this is the first time I saw Srila Prabhupada in person. When we were waiting at Logan Airport, we were waiting for Prabhupada to arrive, and when we got a first glimpse of him, I was really in awe that he appeared as though he was floating down the exit from the airplane. And he seemed like he was just floating down the hallway with such a glow to him that it was like no other person I ever saw in my life.
When Srila Prabhupada was greeted at airports, he would obviously be surrounded by his loving disciples, and then there would be a much larger group of people in the airport who would just be amazed at the whole spectacle of the flowers, the chanting, the ecstasy, the jumping for joy, and then, of course, the beaming and radiant Srila Prabhupada gliding through the corridors or being surrounded by his disciples covered in garlands. And Srila Prabhupada would note the crowd and quite often encourage the devotees to continue chanting for their benefit. Sometimes the chanting would die down and he would raise his arms, continue, continue. And then finally, he would give a lecture on occasions to the crowd. In Boston, I remember, he looked around and he said, about this greeting, it says in Shastra that the spiritual master should be worshipped on the same level as God. However, if he thinks he is God, he is dog.
Prabhupada was supposed to go to a hotel in downtown Boston for a press conference, and Uddhava, who was my boss at the press, didn't allow me to go to the hotel. Instead, he took me back to the temple. So I was really angry with him that I didn't get a chance to see Prabhupada more, and as we're standing on the porch of the Boston temple, and I'm there kind of under my breath cursing Uddhava, all of a sudden Prabhupada's car drove up, and there was Prabhupada at the temple, and there were probably only about 5 of us there, me and Uddhava, the Pujari, and a couple of others. So we greeted Prabhupada and walked down the hall to Prabhupada's room with him. And in the meantime, I guess devotees figured out or found out that Prabhupada wasn't going to the hotel, so they all converged upon the temple, and we all went to Prabhupada's room. And I couldn't believe that here, first time in my life, I was sitting so close and right before Srila Prabhupada. So during the course of probably about an hour and a half or 2 hours of sitting in Prabhupada's room with him, and of course the crowd grew. There was one devotee in the group, Petit Udaran. He had a brother, Madhu Mangal, and they were 2 of the first initiated devotees from New York. And Prabhupada knew their mother, and Petit Udaran was in the room, and Prabhupada asked him how he was doing, and he asked him about his brother, and then he asked him about his mother. So Petit Udaran said, I want to try to save them, Srila Prabhupada. And Prabhupada said, there's one story in this regard. And he said there was a family of sparrows, and young baby sparrow flew out of the nest and got captured by the hunter. And the mother said, oh, my baby, she's gotten captured by the hunter. I'll go to try to save him. And she flew out of the nest, and she got captured by the hunter. And then the father sparrow, he said, oh, my son has gone out of the nest. He's gotten captured by the hunter. My wife has gone out. She's gotten captured by the hunter. He said, if I go out, I'll get captured too. And he flew away and didn't try to save them. So Prabhupada said, the most important thing is that you've got to save yourself, and that's of primary importance.
It was the Boston temple where I finally ended up joining. And the devotees knew that I had spoken with Srila Prabhupada, so they thought that even though I was just a guest, I was an outside devotee, but and I wasn't following so strictly, but still they allowed me to have darshan with Srila Prabhupada. I was introduced a little the wrong way. Srila Prabhupada was told, this is Bhakta Lan. He used to speak with you at 61 2nd Avenue, which was the second temple, and I was never even in that temple. So
but I was a little nervous now. I wasn't quite as wild as I was in '66, and also Srila Prabhupada was a little less anonymous in terms of his prestigious and important person that he really was. So I was a little in awe, finally. And instead of correcting and saying, no, it wasn't 61, it was 26 2nd Avenue, instead of saying that, I wanted to give Srila Prabhupada some hint about our previous conversations. So I said, Srila Prabhupada, when I used to speak with you in 1966, I was very, very crazy. So I thought this would help Srila Prabhupada remember. So Srila Prabhupada looked at me and raised his eyebrows and said, oh, and are you still crazy? So then the onus was on me to try to prove to Srila Prabhupada that I was not crazy anymore. So I said, no, I'm not crazy anymore. Srila Prabhupada said, so what is your situation? Now what are you doing? And I said, well, now I have a wife, and I have an apartment, and I have a truck or 2 trucks, and I have a business. And I was kind of proud, you know, giving a list of things that almost made me normal to back up my statement that I wasn't crazy. And Srila Prabhupada said, it is okay, you don't have to move in the temple. Different from the instruction he gave me in '66. He said, you stay with your wife, you stay with your business. He said, but I only ask one thing of you. Yes, and just try to understand Krishna. So I thought that was the end of the darshan, and it was actually. So I offered obeisance. I learned how to do that over the years. And as I was walking out the door, Srila Prabhupada said, the last words I personally received from Srila Prabhupada's lotus mouth was something a little enigmatic. He said to me, and we are not asking for any money. And I left.
We set up the ISKCON press in Boston. And after we were set up, Prabhupada came and visited. And I was hand-binding Ishopanishads, Nectar of Devotions. And I remember we did a run of Back to Godheads. I remember hand-cutting 80,000 Back to Godheads. That requires 3 cuts per magazine. So that was quite a load of work. And some of the magazines, if I would load too many in the cutter, they would come out kind of misshapen, but we'd go out and sell them anyways. And next to my folding machine, I folded the papers, and a Dwaita would print. So the printing press was right next to the folder. So Prabhupada came in and saw the folder, and then walked over to the press, and looked at a Dwaita, and looked at everybody in the crowd, and touched the printing press, and he said, "This is my heart." So I feel that my service was much appreciated by Prabhupada, even though we switched from printing and binding to Japan soon thereafterwards. And I feel privileged to have served him in the press capacity in the earliest days.
I remember in the Boston Temple taking a walk with Prabhupada. There was a small park nearby, and as we were walking through the park, at one point, I had asked a question. I don't recall the question, but Prabhupada turned and looked at me straight in the eye and said, "When you're reading, understand every word before you go on." And that's always stuck with me. Often when I'm reading now, I say, Prabhupada wanted me to try to understand every word before I continued. But it was quite profound instruction.
At Boston, it was just Jadharani and Satsvarup. Devananda was the one brahmachari that was there. And then there was 4 brahmacharinis, Mijanava, Rukmini, and Saradya. And Satsvarup said to Prabhupada, all these brahmacharinis, they're always fighting with each other. And Prabhupada said, that is because they need to be married. They are fighting. They must get married. Immediately arrange. I will perform wedding before I leave. And he was leaving like 2 days later. So kind of instantly we were supposed to be getting married, and it was pretty shocking. And then this other brahmachari came named Dayal Nitai, and Prabhupada said I should marry Dayal Nitai. And I got really upset. I somehow, did not want to marry Dayal Nitai. I went up to this hill somewhere and was like crying and praying to Krishna and not knowing what to do, thinking that Prabhupada said I should do this, and I just had very strong resistance to it. So I came back down, Satsarup said, "What's wrong?" And I told him. And so Satsarup went into Prabhupada and said to him, Arundhati's upset. She doesn't really want to marry Dayal Nitai. And Prabhupada said, that is okay. Nothing is by force in Krishna consciousness. And if she doesn't want to marry now, then she can get married at some later date. So I was very relieved. So the next day, Prabhupada performed that wedding ceremony with the 3 couples. And so I was praying to Krishna, please send me a husband. I don't want to, I just felt so uncomfortable. So then, I don't know time exactly, but whether it was a month or a little bit longer, but Purushottam called out, and he said Prabhupada would like to know if you would like to come here and marry Pradyumna. And I had met Pradyumna once before, and we were both working on Prabhupada's books. So I thought about it, and I said, okay, I will come. So then I went to Columbus, and Prabhupada married us. And then Prabhupada asked me and Shamadasi if we could do composing of his books. He bought the first composer machine. He was very involved with that and was writing to us quite regularly. And he said we should learn. We went and learned how to use it. And he gave us specific hours. He said, Arundhati, you can work from, maybe it was 7 to 10, and Shamadasi 10 to 1, and Arundhati, you work again from 1 to 4, and Shamadasi from 4 to 7, so that we are really using the time, and getting the books done. And I think the first book we did on that machine was The Nectar of Devotion. Prabhupada was constantly writing letters and, wanting to know how it was going, and very involved with that.
Just like Krishna spoke to Arjuna, and Jesus Christ spoke to some Israel, the shepherds, which is a status of life and their understanding different. The representative of God speaks according to the circumstances, according to the country. So it was good for the people at that time. They should have concentrated through this stuff.
Is this Krishna consciousness sectarian? Can anyone take it up? Can Christians take it up? Can Muslims take it up?
Yes, you can see practically. All our students here in the Western countries, they're mostly coming from Christian group, Greek group. And there are many Mohammedans also.
I was in New Vrindavan. Things were pretty basic there. A lot of dirt and mud. And my mom sent me this sweater. It was saffron, and of course, we had trouble keeping stuff clean there, so I didn't want to get it dirty. I thought, this would be nice for Prabhupada. It's not going to be much use here. So I put it in a plastic bag, and I was living in a brahmachari ashram, and somehow I was able to protect the sweater from getting dirty for like a couple of months. And then Prabhupada came to Boston to see the press, and we drove up from New Vrindavan. I was all excited to have the sweater that my mom had given me, and I was going to give it to Prabhupada. So we got to Boston, and I think there was an artik, and then Prabhupada went in the back of the temple. They had a curtain. It was closed off to make like a sitting room, and all the big devotees were back there with Prabhupada, and now's my chance, So I barged in and stood there like sort of stammering. Prabhupada, my mom gave me this sweater. She sent it from England, and it's really nice, and I wanted you to have it. Prabhupada said, oh, no, I can't take this. Your mother gave this to you, and you should keep it. So I was crushed, and Prabhupada saw that, and he said, well, all right, we'll exchange. And he had this saffron sweater on with the little brown buttons on it. And he unbuttoned the sweater and took it off and gave it to me, and I gave him the sweater. And it was just like a really wonderful exchange. All the devotees in the room were very moved. Everybody was crying. It was very nice. I was clutching the sweater, and I felt blessed to have it. I really held on to it, for days. It didn't leave my hands. I think it's on the altar at New Vrindavan. I gave it to the temple, and as Prabhupada Prasad.
It was July of 1969 when I first joined the temple. Prabhupada was there that day, and I had just come out of a downward slide in hippie life, and I was feeling such relief and such happiness to be in a safe and transcendental environment. And Prabhupada, after he finished his prasadam, he got up to leave the room, and a whole pathway was formed so Prabhupada could walk, and we all paid our obeisances. And I watched, kind of out of the corner of my eye, Prabhupada's feet coming toward me, and then his feet stopped right where my head was, and I just almost lost my breath. And I kind of looked up to see what was going on, and Prabhupada turned to Tamal and he said, "So when will she be initiated?" And Tamal said, "Oh, very soon, Srila Prabhupada." So Prabhupada went out of the room, out of the exit, and around the side of the temple. He was getting ready to leave. And I was standing on the steps, and I must have had a smile just past my ears. I was so happy that Prabhupada had acknowledged me and blessed me. And Prabhupada was standing on the top step, and I was standing on the bottom step, and I looked up to Srila Prabhupada, his golden head and his beautiful golden skin. And there was a complete blue sky, kind of a canopy behind his head. And he smiled at me and he said, "So you are happy now?" And I said, "Oh, yes, Srila Prabhupada, I'm so happy." And he said, "Very good."
We had 8 Sankirtan parties going out every day. We would come back and then at night go out again. We would stay out till 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, every night. And the whole spirit behind this, I have to say, was Vishnu John. This person could chant Hare Krishna on a drum all day long. He must have been a divine personality, because I don't see how a human could do that. The people were anxious to go on Sankirtan. And it was such a wonderful sight to see. People would watch us for hours and hours and hours. It was so attractive. And then we used the conch shells to hold the money. And the deal was you'd give a back to Godhead with a pack of incense for $1. In those days, Prabhupada had me order back to Godhead. And we would sit down once a month and he would give me the order. It came out to about $250,000 a month at that time. And he would say, "How much New York?" I said, "Well, Prabhupada, you said 30,000. He says, "Make it 40. He would put adjustments. We were taking the most, though, LA. We were taking 60,000 to 70,000 a month. And there was no problem in distributing them. By the end of the month, we were all out. That's how big Sankirtan was.
I used to distribute books always in the beginning of my good fortune meeting Srila Prabhupada, and I would distribute 108 Back to Godheads in Los Angeles. Usually I went to Venice Beach. And I came in, Mukunda Maharaj, I remember, was there. And there were sannyasis and so many godbrothers and godsisters were there. And I said, Srila Prabhupada, I just distributed 108 back to Godheads in the hot sun. May I go to India? Prabhupada said, you're Narada Muni. You can go wherever you like. Well, I was happy because I was free to go wherever I wanted to go.
So this initiation took place in the property of John Lennon, which is known as Tittenhurst Park, about 25 miles outside of London. There were supposed to be 4 of us taking initiation that particular time. And to my right, there was this English fellow called Jimmy Doody. He was a businessman. He was quite wealthy, and he had this really pretty girlfriend, and he hadn't actually shaved up. And when Prabhupada was just about to start putting the colors for the fire yoga, Jimmy Doody's girlfriend appeared at a window just to the right of Prabhupada, and she didn't want to participate, but she wanted to catch Jimmy Doody's attention. And finally, he looks up and sees her. So he stands up, goes over to Prabhupada, and whispers in Prabhupada's ear. He says, "Excuse me, Prabhupada, I just had to step outside a moment. Is that all right?" And Prabhupada just kind of casually nodded his head and didn't say anything. And that was the last we saw of Jimmy Doody. So when I got the name Dhananjaya, Prabhupada explained, obviously this means the winner of wealth. He said that money is flying in all directions, and he started making some gestures with his hands. And he told me, he said, in this life you'll have no difficulty with money.
This is a momentous occasion of the installation of Sri Sri Radha Londoneshwara on December 14th, 1969, on the occasion of Odan Shasti. The night before this event, Srila Prabhupada had us put 2 candles on the altar where the deities would stand and have a long kirtan to prepare for greeting them. This was all photographed by the BBC, who brought their cameras. And there was great advertising. There was standing room only, and people actually standing outside the temple looking in the window. The days leading up to this were feverish preparation. The altar was put together at the very, very last moment, much by Shamsundar's great and hard work. Shamsundar worked so hard on this event that Srila Prabhupada asked for a plaque to be installed at the front of the temple, honoring Shamsundar for all the work that he had done in the preparation of making this a habitable place for the Lord.
We were initiated as a Grihastha family, my father, my mother, and 2 other brothers. This was on the 14th of December 1969. Here we see the start of an initiation ceremony. We were 9, 10 at the time, and initiation had a great significance for my parents because they were born in India. They had been raised in a family where initiation was considered important. We were surrounded by lots of devotee well-wishers and people who were really very, very pleased that we were being initiated, and equally we felt that wonderful beginnings of reciprocation which you would feel when you do become initiated, and how that grew in subsequent years, and how we came to relish the wonderful pastimes which Srila Prabhupada told us and the stories that he told us from various parts of the Vedic literature.
One of the high points of that installation of the Radha Krishna deities at the time was also my personal initiation. And I think, if I remember, I was probably, let's say, this 3rd or 4th brahmachari to be initiated by him. But the initiation was, to me, very, very personal, because I was at a very young age, 16 and a half, 17, and it was Srila Prabhupada, after meeting him, that I became attracted to Krishna consciousness, because before then I hadn't really had any interest in spiritual life, apart from doing a little meditation under the Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, but that was when I was at college. But for some unknown reason, Prabhupada came to me like a father figure more than as a spiritual teacher. And he could see that I was at a very, very young age. He could see that I was very vulnerable. So he didn't really preach that much to me about philosophy or about Krishna or whatever. It was much more of a son-father relationship. And he was more concerned about my personal well-being, my health, my age. That's how I was drawn to him. And I thought, this is the man I've been looking for all my life. And it was through his guidance and support that I've managed to carry on what I'm doing now. Even now, at my age, 55, 56, the principles that he taught me of humility, forgiveness, kindness, caring, are still there in my everyday existence. I don't think if I'd met Srila Prabhupada when I was 16 and a half, 17, that I would have probably survived physically beyond 19, 20 or 21 years of age, because that was the way things were in those days. You lived dangerously, doing whatever you were doing, and you died young. And Prabhupada came and saved me from that sort of existence.
Srila Prabhupada is saying not to cross over the Krishna bead. And there's 108 beads plus one Krishna bead. So we chant on the Gopi beads and just showing my father not to cross over the Krishna bead, but to go in opposite directions. And this is Jai Hari, also getting initiated. After many visits at the Conway Hall lectures and at Srila Prabhupada's flat in Baker Street and Ascot, John Lennon's estate, finally my father and mother are initiated in Bury Place. And this particular film is taken by Gurudas Prabhu. We were initiated, both my brothers, at the same time on this occasion. And in addition, my father and mother had second initiation given to them. And about 6 other devotees, including Dhananjaya Prabhu, were initiated for their second initiation. It's a week after Sri Sri Radhanandanishwara were installed.
What was striking about that time in Bury Place, with Srila Prabhupada being there, was that it was like a family. The brahmacharis were all like my brothers. The brahmacharinis were like my sisters. The elders, like Jamuna, Malati, were like my mothers. And for me, it was like being in my real home. I finally thought to myself, this is what I've been looking for the last 16 years. This is home, and felt like home, because nobody patronized you or told you off for doing something that you shouldn't do. Everybody supported each other, and it was very, very much like a family. But in due course of time, that family got bigger and bigger and bigger as the years went by. And I think that's probably where it became perhaps sometimes a bit impersonal, whereby younger devotees that joined didn't have the experience of association of senior devotees to nurture them. And this is what I was very, very lucky, is because Prabhupada nurtured me. He knew the kind of qualities I had, whether I was restless, whether I had doubts, whether I was scared, whether I had issues emotionally. And without even me saying anything verbally to him, he knew it, and he would say something, so you have a problem with something, or are you okay? And I was thinking to myself, well, how did he know this, that I had an issue with something? But he knew it just by looking into my eyes. He had that ability to just look into people's eyes and know exactly what they were thinking or what they wanted to do. Travel was one of them that I wanted to do, so he encouraged me to travel. you know, whether it was to Paris, to Amsterdam, to Los Angeles, wherever, there was never, oh, you can't do this, or you're too young for this, or this isn't allowed. He gave me the encouragement and inspiration to just do it and get it out of my system. And perhaps you made a mistake. That's neither here nor there. The fact is that it's the experience of doing it. So if you have made a mistake, it's like Prabhupada always said, you can make one mistake, but never make the same mistake twice. So in that respect, he was forgiving, and he knew that no one was perfect, and mistakes can be made very, very easily. But the day of that initiation was like amazing, absolutely amazing, just so purifying and awe-inspiring. I'll never forget that day. Changed my life completely.
Shamsundar Prabhu had the wonderful vision of bringing the Californian redwood from America to build this Bari Place temple. And Srila Prabhupada did comment that once we moved to Soho Street, we were to keep that wood, and we did keep it at Chaitanya College. And later on, I had the privilege of working with Maheshwara Prabhu to build the Rath cart, which we still have today. The same Rath cart that has that Californian redwood. The wood was so solid, and it had a transcendental aroma. I remember when we were cutting it up and building the pieces for the Rath cart, it was a transcendental experience just working with that wood.
Prabhupada waited for months. He pushed me so hard to finish this temple. I mean, this temple was a work of art that we put our hearts into because we were located in the center of downtown London. We wanted a very, very nice place where people could come, cosmopolitan people could come, Londoners could walk in and feel at home, not a run-down storefront, but a proper temple. There were only 2 or 3 of us doing the work. We spent months building this temple room out of redwood that I brought from California and wood that we bought in England. It was a massive renovation. We tore out one floor and one above and made it a 2-story high room. And we had to soundproof the entire premises because we were right in the middle of a residential district. So everything was double-walled, and Prabhupada was very patient. But finally, after sitting in John Lennon's place and in various apartments for month after month, he arrived, I think, in September. Finally, he gave us a deadline that we had to have the temple opening by December. We were so busy, there were so few of us, and we had so many activities to perform that we didn't plan ahead very well. You know, we didn't even know where we were going to get deities, but we knew Krishna would take care of it somehow. This was the kind of spirit that prevailed in those days. Just work as hard as you can to spread Krishna consciousness, and things will happen, the magic will happen.
Srila Prabhupada was very pleased. This was his first Indian disciple that he'd made in London. And of course, not many Indian disciples came forward in those times. He wrote about 50 letters to my father about what was going on in the movement. My father felt Srila Prabhupada confided in him a lot.
The deities appeared, just as if by magic, only days before the installation was to take place, after so much preparation, months of building this temple, and no deities. We didn't give a thought. Where are these going to come from? So Krishna had to appear. He had to. He promises. But anyway, there they are, and they're still the most beautiful deities. They're in the Soho temple now in downtown. The Soho temple in London still maintains the spirit of Bari Place. It's right in the heart, just off of Oxford Street. Still attracts the same kind of young people, curious young people, along with men in suits and women in nice clothes. You know, it's not just a hippie center. That was the purpose of being in the center of London with a nice place. It attracted a higher class of people. But Prabhupada was very anxious to get moved in. When we left John Lennon's place, the temple quarters were still not finished, so we took a temporary apartment on Baker Street for Srila Prabhupada, just near Regent's Park. That's where he saw the so-called moon landing on television. We worked day and night at Berry Place to finish by Prabhupada's deadline. When Prabhupada set a deadline, that was it. There was no budging. He was very lenient up until deadline time, and then it had to be finished. And we worked right up until the last moment to build the altar. In fact, the altar was not very well made because it was so hurried. Much more time was spent on the Vyasa-san and other features of the temple. George Harrison donated the marble for the altar, so we had a very nice slab of marble that was selected by David Wynne, who was the sculptor laureate of England. No canopy was made, so we had to very quickly construct a canopy, and you probably have read the story how that collapsed during the installation ceremony. Prabhupada became like Nrsingadev. He was so angry, and he held the canopy up from collapsing on the deities. I'd gone upstairs, I'd collapsed myself, so exhausted from the work. Afterwards I found out about it. I felt very bad. I came into Prabhupada's room to apologize for such a sloppy construction job, tears in my eyes, and Prabhupada laughed and he said, "Never mind." He said, "They did not want a canopy over their heads." He was so merciful, Prabhupada.
So glorious was this Berry Place temple. The deities are given the name Sri Radha London Ishwara, or the Ishwara is the Grand Supreme Lord of the whole of London. Such a poignant moment, witnessing Srila Prabhupada leaving the Berry Place front door on his way to Boston on December 21st, 1969. All the devotees went to the airport to see Srila Prabhupada off, save myself, who stayed back at the temple. At the moment of Prabhupada's departure, just before he left, he walked into the temple room to say goodbye to the deities. He came in and paid obeisances, full out flat dandavats on the blue carpet, stayed on the ground for a long time. And when he got up, I noted that he had tears in his eyes. And he looked over at me and very matter-of-factly said, "If you just do as I have instructed, what I have taught you so far, you can go back to Godhead. Do it, just do it." And at that point, I, of course, teared up and folded my hands and simply watched Srila Prabhupada as he turned and walked away out the front door. This is a thrilling film for me to see the airport seen as I didn't see it personally, but now I'm seeing it through the footage. Seeing all the devotees hanging on to every moment of Prabhupada's last few minutes with him. I'm always caught at the wonder of watching baby Saraswati, who was only about 13 months old at this point, but so spontaneously involved in the chanting of Hare Krishna and the worship of Prabhupada, sometimes following him very, very shyly behind her mother, and sometimes very boldly out front. But she was so present during the time that she spent with Srila Prabhupada. She was just a little baby body, but very, very consciously present. So devotees who experience these going and comings, either an arrival or a departure, were always wondering if they would ever see Srila Prabhupada again, and trying to capture the moment where he carried his bag and with his servants headed towards the departure gate and got on a plane and left. Thank you, Prabhupada. Thank you.
You could be here in the morning, that would be great. And we'll have more nectar to share. All right. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.